content. Shareable link. Easy peasy. Hope everyone's doing well. I have my ruler out. Not quite yet. I have my. Oh no! Oh no! I need to. There we go. I was being hit by the double. Turn off this audio capture. There we go. It was looping. Ooh, Steelers stealing the first. And the utmost disrespect with it too, not even saying first. Oh, I didn't. Second. I didn't update the description. You guys don't know what the replay queue is. See if I can just do that here. Okay, save. Hopefully that will change it if you guys refresh. You can see what we have in store. Hello. I introduced a new priority level because I got a very special replay. Garbage priority, exactly. Even higher than Go7 priority. So it's a bad day to be a returning submitter because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games before I get to the returning submitters. Hopefully, I'll still get there. But we'll see. Broadcast not yours? So this is a very special game. If for those that don't know, Garbage is single-handedly offsetting all of the lost ELO from top players burning out and leaving League by mass resigning constantly. Garbage also has the highest amount of Grim games played, I'm pretty sure. See if I can bring up their profile here. Let's see if you guys can actually see this. You guys can see that, okay. So Garbage has over 1,700 games as Grim. Those are almost all going to be day one resigns. Win-loss, 75 wins, 2,605 losses, 5 draws. But for this game, Garbage was trying to win on Caustic Finale Tier 2 Global League. As Olaf against Lash. Now this is, I would say, probably one of Lash's worst matchups. But it is a really small map with some good terrain features, so Lash can definitely get some early game bullying in. So it's not all bad for Lash. But it's a special treat to ever see Garbage actually trying in a league game. I do believe they're doing their best in the tournaments too. I have no idea if Garbage has the rule of if you with a boot there's a win, but maybe. They're in round 4. Oh, there you go. Garbage is going for those tourney wins. This is a global league game, though. Lash / Kindle, typically best pick in tier 2. Dang. That's impressive. I knew that Lash and Kindle got bumped up to tier 2. I didn't know they were considered the best. Round 4 still? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got a good number of viewers. I'll go into it here. So there's a meta opening for this map that involves getting an early artillery to take the corner. I don't know how much these players know about meta openings. Femboy is like a 1000, mid 1000s standard player, and Garbage is a 700. Well, officially rated. Who knows how good Garbage is? I don't know anything about Femboy other than that they are like a 1000, 100, 1000 that area standard player. You feel like you kind of just fall into the arty opening based on the funding too. Yeah, it lines up very nicely. I personally am a fan of the recon opener on this map. You can have some really nice one, because I just like recons, but you also have some really nice flexibility with the aggressiveness of it, because you just like build the recon here on the 2-base side, it moves up, and then it can either hit this side or it can hit this side. Annoying to have to deal with. But the artillery opening is much more standard at this point, much more meta. So far, everyone's playing really well. They're going for their base first, neutral bases first, which is a very good sign. No one's going to horribly blunder the opening. I've never actually seen Garbage play. I didn't follow any of the tournament games, but shared a replay last second. Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I'll put it onto the queue later on. Okay. So far, so no recon opener. You can see here, Garbage would have had enough money for a recon. Just sticking with infantry. Same with Femboy, which would make me think that they were going artillery, but in this case, Garbage is going to go with the tank. And here, this tank is going to do something very similar to what the recon would do. It's just going to be a turn later, which I imagine it's going to move up here and threaten both sides and force a tank. And this is where the recon would be really happy, because the recon would go up here, the tank then gets built, and then the recon just goes over here instead. But when you build a tank and it gets countered by a tank, you can either try and go to another place, or you can just kind of have a tank stare off, which is totally fine. So far, I'm not seeing anything like really wrong with their openings. You can see here, Garbage is trying to be very safe with this infantry. Doesn't want to move here because it's going to allow a first strike from Lash from this forest onto the infantry on the bridge. And this is where you would want to have rushed the corner property first rather than wait for this one. So you go here and then here before they can stop you, which I think is what Femboy did up here. But this is nice and safe. I sound primed to look for wrongness. I don't mean to. It's just in the opening it's really hard to see really brilliant plays in the opening. You usually just check to see is the opening serviceable, or does the opening just kind of fall on its face. I like this attack. interrupt the capture. There's a tank covering it. This tank, you don't really want to have this tank hit this infantry unless you have another unit here that could step onto the property. Otherwise, Lash will get to hit you from the city. You do get to build your own tank here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would be okay. You would be in a forest with your tank. You'd have another tank follow up. It's not the worst idea to go like tank infantry, and then they get to do a tank back with Lash boost. It's going to hurt a lot, but with a follow-up tank, you'll still be able to overcome, and then you'll be up a unit. It's not the worst thing. But instead, we're just going to see this nice little harassment looking good. Over here, Garbage is just moving over to this corner, but also threatening this property. Doesn't technically have to walk that far forward, but there's also no real reason not to. Over here, just capturing the given properties. Well, this is like a given property. This one's a very contested property. There isn't really much guarding this capture for Garbage, so I would definitely be hesitant about going for this. It's not like it's a bad play, though. It's just that Femboy has these 2 free infantry, and they're free infantry because they don't have a property to go for. This guy can just go for this harbor, and then these 2 can just fight, and they'd probably just fight to take this guy out. Over here, this move does interrupt this property when there's nothing wrong with interrupting a property. The problem is going to be whether or not Femboy is able, or is whether that Garbage can actually make this more than just a single turn interrupt. Because if you lose, or if you spend your infantry, you just knock this down to 6, and then the infantry dies to like this guy, and then Femboy just continues the capture and gets it in the next turn. It's not worth losing an entire infantry just to delay a single capture 1 turn. Especially if it's half of your infantry on the front that's supposed to be guarding an artillery. But the general idea of going for an interrupter like this makes sense. And in here, Garbage is going for this capture. I like it. This is lined up to go for this capture. This guy's lined up to go for this capture, or maybe fight here. Okay, so the tank for Femboy goes way up here, takes out that infantry. And then down here, they just kind of fights. It's probably better to retreat as Femboy here, because this follow-up infantry is just going to kill you. And then this guy can just heal up. Interesting. So Femboy just decides to claim this middle area, try and get some nice center control in the top right, instead of finishing off this guy. Although it's only a chance to finish off because it doesn't have the comm tower yet. We have a tank built over here, and then a bunch of infantry. Oh, and an artillery. Okay. So an artillery, if I see an artillery built in this top right corner, in this kind of situation, I'm immediately expecting my opponent to try and take my base from me. Because it's a single move for this artillery to lock the base. So with the infantry right here, kind of primed to make a line here, and then the artillery can move over here and stare at my base, I would be very worried about that. You can see this is where Garbage gets this nice kill. Okay, so the artillery moves up here. It's covering these 2 cities. I would definitely prefer if it was over here. Well, no, I don't, because of this tank. Yeah, no, this is a good move. In general, I prefer if the artillery could be over here, because that allows you to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and cover your base. And like this bridge, if that comes under attack. Ooh, a nice little move here. So this tank is defending up here, and the Garbage is like, nope, you're unguarded over here. I'm gonna just go for this, and then goes for the attack. Interesting. So personally, I would prefer to go for this capture over this attack, because Lash has got no comm tower and would just be attacking from the bridge. So this infantry could interrupt you for a single turn, but then it would be setting itself up to be killed off by either this tank or infantry next turn. And then you would just get this property rather than just going for the damage. But going for the damage isn't bad. And I do like how this infantry is now lined up to go for this backwards property. Okay. So Garbage dives in here to get a nice kill on this infantry. I would probably... I like this move in general. I'd probably swap the orders because the infantry from the mountain is just going to pretty much murder whatever's right below it, so I might as well just give it a weaker target to murder. I mean, this isn't bad, though. What I like about this, though, with this move in general, though, is because this artillery was just built, and while it's covering this spot, it does force this base to be skip production if this artillery was to fire. I don't like that, though. Definitely need to build something better than an infantry, because this base lock threat is still on the board. So, at least a tank, I would say, or an artillery of your own. Let's go. Okay. I'm not quite sure why this infantry just moved down over here onto this forest. Okay. I guess it just wants to be in a spot where it can hit like this city or here. I think it would be better on this city because it's more defendable. Well, I mean, we'll see what Femboy builds. Interesting. I'm not quite sure why the artillery moved to this forest rather than just going gusto and going for the base lock. Like, you really just only one of these infantry to go up here and block for the infantry strike, and then you're just ready to shoot whatever's built. But I like Femboy going for all these completely unguarded. This is called like free dudes. There's no vehicles guarding these infantry. Except for this tank's actually guarding here, but that's a slight... That could end up being a slight mistake from Femboy. Moving over here and then not bringing... well, we'll see if this infantry... Okay, so if this infantry went here, it would be a little better. Because then it gets in the way. Although with triple tank support, you're probably fine. Okay. Just chills in this corner. Just a little move. I don't see a reason to just chill in the corner. You can at least take a step here or onto this forest just to get into a slightly better position. If you're on the forest, or not the forest because you get shot by the artillery. I guess here would be the slightly better position because right now, if you try and go for this property, you don't have anyone that can block either of these bridges. They can both reach the property, but neither of them can block the way. And if you're here, you can step this very nice bridge, assuming you're also bringing like other aggression up that's gonna deal with this artillery. Okay. I would prefer... Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I think I would prefer if this infantry went... Oh, never mind. I can't reach. That's why. I was going to say I prefer went for this capture, but they can't reach that. Ooh. Garbage diving on in here. Lots of infantry fighting. Stands on the harbor. Just takes a little step off of the base. This base is very, very vulnerable. It needs to build something. There's like multiple tanks. The artillery's ready to go sit on the city. Ooh, just an infantry. That is not going to be very good at defending itself. Okay, and then over here, still threatening to take this city if Femboy like leaves with one of these infantry, while also bringing this guy down to offset the 2 infantry that Femboy's brought down here. Okay, yeah, there's the base lock. Kills off an infantry. So now this tank, if it wants, can hit this guy. Another infantry taken out. Oh. Base is under siege. Very nice. There isn't anything that can stand on the base this turn, but it's also really rough to try and build anything here because a Lash artillery on a city is going to do a ton of damage to whatever's built, unless it's like a mega tank. This is garbage tryharding. Trying their best to win. Everyone needs friends. Oof. 4-4 infantry one-shotted from the Lash tank. Okay, so Femboy is really going ham on this base and potentially this HQ. Garbage is behind a lot, but you'd kind of expect to be behind in this matchup because until Olaf reaches the super, Lash just has a really nice day-to-day advantage. But Garbage does have some compensation against Femboy here in this corner. Gonna be able to get these properties like so. Tries to shoot the tank. I would probably prefer to stand here and try to shoot the infantry. It doesn't really matter. Actually, it's a lot better to move over here. I take all that back because what's going to happen is an infantry is going to stand here. So you can have your infantry over here to step back onto this river and hit whatever ends up standing on your base and try and delay the captures while you bring your artillery back. Yeah, the 4 health infantry can do it too. I'm not quite sure why this guy got brought over to this spot because there's plenty of stuff that can kill it, but I guess it's just not great because this guy can take out this infantry and then this guy can hit it and then this guy will be able to finish it off, or planes from planes. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6. Luckily neither tank can reach the artillery right now, but I mean, it's a steep ask to keep this artillery over here rather than moving it in this direction to make sure they can't take your base from you. Okay. Shoots the artillery rather than the infantry. It's pretty interesting. I would prefer to kill off the unit and then just have the tanks threaten to kill the artillery rather than take a little bit. Although getting 2 HP off is pretty nice. Okay, the base is being taken. It is being taken with a 9 health infantry, so this does mean that Garbage has an extra turn to react and try and save it. I'm not sure why this tank just came in here and hurt this infantry. Or I guess it's to stop the infantry from going for an interrupt here, but it does also lose a tank for it. But probably worth it if it means you get the base. That's a very strong base to get. As you can tell, it's right next to the enemy's HQ. But nothing is being done about down here. So if Garbage is able to hold on here somehow, it'll be a nice income swing for them. Artillery just goes for this delay. Brings the infantry over here so as to not lose the comm tower. Ooh, and Garbage is also... Yeah, Garbage is also going to get this city and is threatening these cities. I think it's a little nice gusto swing to go after this guy. Stops it from hitting from a city very effectively. Just fall back away from this medium tank. I like it. Okay. So Garbage is going to get a very nice income swing but I don't see how this base does not get lost. Yeah, that is now Femboy's base. Artillery gets hit. It's still going to be able to interrupt this for another turn, and then the other vehicles will be able to save this city entirely unless Femboy join caps it. Okay. It's a little bit weird to go for this attack because there's two tanks staring at this. But with the tank, I assume, being built here by Femboy to cover, yeah, that's probably going to be enough to end up winning the fight overall. Okay. This is looking really grim for garbage. You think, oh yeah, Femboy could probably have gotten up to the HQ. Okay. I like it. So this is gonna hurt because there's double artillery staring at this, but the really nice thing about that attack is that it generates a lot of charge. So we get our nice Winter Fury here, which does almost 20,000 damage, but it does even more than that because it delays this capture and it delays this capture for another turn. And it also means that this tank is not going to be able to cover for this other tank that was lit right here. These guys are just going to get this kill for pretty much free. Lash's perfect movement is Sturm's perfect movement, so it doesn't ignore snow. It's easier to tech up with only 3 bases instead of 5. True. However, this Winter Fury is not going to be enough to actually stop this base from going down, so Femboy is going to be 5 bases. Wow. That was a very low 3 for that tank's health. Ooh, very, very good value to hit one of these artillery. Okay. I mean, that was pretty much just medium tank diving into this artillery line was what made that turn work so well for garbage, because it generates so much charge. Now the base has officially been taken. And now over here is looking a little sketchy, but there are some reinforcing tanks coming. Okay, this medium tank is even going to live this whole ordeal. You can see here, Femboy doesn't use the super because it doesn't get to ignore the snow. So a lot of the attacks wouldn't work out. Ooh, it just barely lives. Oh, no. Oh, it does it. Good job, medium tank. You would have surrendered? Losing a base is definitely demoralizing. But if there's one CO that can do it, it's definitely Olaf. Ooh. Okay. So I'm not really convinced about using this tank over here. I mean, this is a fine attack. I'm kind of worried about what's going on over here. I might have sent it over there. Well, I mean, yeah, this is looking pretty good. The problem is Femboy can just build a medium tank right here. It's going to be really hard to deal with. Also, nothing interrupted this capture. I would probably have used this medium tank over here to clear this harbor so I don't lose that. And then just use the tank to kill this infantry if I want to stay on top of my HQ. But it could be that that garbage is just going to use these 2 tanks to do it instead. Ooh, kind of intimidating. Down here, Garbage is threatening to go after the comm tower, but there is a tank here to deal with it. Oh, Garbage also brings a tank. Okay. It has to use both of them here. The medium tank would have done it in one. And what that means is you can't send a tank up here, but I guess you don't really want to, as Femboy's kind of tank chaining up there. I would not just sit here with this artillery. I would probably run so that these units have to overextend more. But it's fine. Okay. Femboy is now equaled the income, which is very bad news for Garbage. Although currently Garbage has a very nice unit value lead because of all the injured units from the super. You would put airports where the missile silos are. Okay. Femboy's it's definitely looking like we'll be able to get these properties. It's a big deal. And there's the medium tank built right next to Garbage's HQ. Oh, the tanks leave. I don't know about that. I don't know about leaving all of these infantry pretty much unguarded. That seems a little sketchy. The one tank here and then being able to build tanks from that base is probably enough to just save the comm tower. Because as soon as you leave this area, all these guys just get to die for basically free. Ooh. Yeah. That's a pretty big turn. We just got medium tank spam coming out of the Garbage. Looks like Femboy is going to get this city, though, which will give Femboy economic advantage. This harbor is not going to be captured. This guy can just walk onto the river and hit it again. I like the block here with this 2 health infantry. Making sure this guy can't get through. And it looks like Garbage was targeting down infantry from Femboy to try and stop future captures from going through. The big problem that we're going to see up here is that when you only have one base and you have to defend your HQ, it's really, really difficult to find the time to build an infantry to actually take any of this stuff back. So this might all remain Femboys until these infantry make it up here. I find it very odd, though, that we haven't actually seen a Lash super yet. Even just for stats. Whoa! Oh, no, okay, this guy can come down. I was going to say, you don't want to just give your harbor away. A mech? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, an artillery would make sense over here. Also try and match the medium tank spam that Garbage has got going on. But no Lash super being used means that Garbage might actually lap Femboy in power usage. Which is never something you want. Medium tank on the HQ to not lose, and then gets to gobble all this stuff up. Well, with a mech buy here and just a single medium tank, you can probably build an infantry from here now, which is a huge deal because there's a very large tank army and it can secure the top here, and then even just one infantry can start capturing stuff. Nope, we have another medium tank. Okay. I mean, the nice thing about building so many medium tanks is if Femboy doesn't match that, this base could fall back into Garbage's hands just through Winter Fury and then medium tanks storming on through. Because once everything's at 8 health, pretty much everything here except for this medium tank will die in one hit, even on Forest. Okay. I like Garbage's aggression down here. With these, well, I'm not a huge fan of all the infantry dying, but killing off Femboy's infantry. It's kind of putting Femboy in a similar situation with the corner that Garbage has. Ooh, that was a nice little attack that Femboy found. Part of that's going to happen because Garbage actually had to base skip to get this tank, or the medium tank in this tank over here. Alright, this is a nice block. It's very cheeky. Basically, this medium tank, if anything wants to do anything over here, this medium tank has to just shoot at 4 health infantry. Not sure why this base is just going into mech spam right now. Mech spam is not going to do very well against mass medium tank. Okay, I like this rotation that Garbage has. Sit on the HQ so that doesn't die. Sit on this city so it can't get captured. Then come down here, kill a unit. I like it. Tanks have cleared up the corner here. There's the infantry. Start taking that money back. Tank comes through. Infantry are getting some kills. This guy can get in the way and go for this capture. Yeah. Nice little wall. Build some more tanks down here. This is looking really, really good for Garbage despite being down an entire base. All of these forces down here for Femboy aren't really getting much done, and this composition is not going to do anything currently. It would definitely benefit if like a rocket got built here, for instance. Then the infantry and mech would have something they're guarding very well against. The mech in the forest won't be broken without the super by a medium tank. And then the rocket can just like take a single step back and base lock this, and then the HQ will probably fall. Okay. Femboy sneaking through the bottom here. Clean out some of these offensive tanks. Threatening to take this comm tower. Pretty strong force. We'll see if anything actually happens with that. It's really hard to do that against Olaf in particular, and just global damage in general. Because all of your infantry here get hurt. So it slows down the captures. And then the double base down here can really feed into this area when there's a nice, like, juicy weakened army to go after. All right, here we got medium tank built from Femboy. Still no Lash super. Still behind in unit value, way up in unit count, and ahead in income. But this Olaf super is... Oh, what happened there? It skipped. Oh no. We don't get to see the action, the play-by-play for Garbage this turn for some reason. Let's see what Garbage did. Okay. So down here, Garbage attacked this tank and brought a bunch of infantry. It's like retreated over here. These medium tanks just don't move. This medium tank moves down here. This tank retreats onto this forest, and then a mech gets built? No, this tank... Okay, no, this tank goes up here. This tank over here hits this tank, and this tank goes onto the forest. Okay. This one just does a little shimmy down here. This guy goes in for an attack on the infantry built on the base. This tank just moves all the way down to here. I'd probably prefer to put it on the city, because it's only one less tile moved, and it heals you back up to 10. Although if you don't have the money to spare, then that makes sense. I do like the infantry being built to go for this property. There's absolutely nothing stopping you. And just bringing all of this stuff down here. Seems like a really passive turn. Very little charge was built. I would be absolutely terrified to have a turn quite so passive against a Lash with super. Well, if Garbage switched to the... I'm not sure. It's probably just a slight corruption in the replay. Okay, here's going to be the Lash super. Let's see if I notice what. What am I missing? The name of the song? I don't know what the name of the song is either. It doesn't tell me. It's probably an AGST song. Okay. So Lash super. Makes these captures really hard to stop. However, with Olaf Winter Fury, you can delay this for a turn. Both of these. Yeah, okay. This medium tank goes down. I probably would have done this differently. Like, well, I don't know what the math would be on this kind of thing. It certainly seems to me like you might be able to get something done with having the Lash super and the medium tank attacking from this forest, and then maybe a mech strike, and then over here you have the medium tank and you've got like tanks and stuff. But that might not line up. I don't like this mech strike from Femboy here against the medium tank that's on Garbage's city, so it's just going to heal up. It will cost Garbage some money, though. Okay. Well, Winter Fury is definitely on its way. I do like these artillery being brought into this, though. I mean, there's no way that Garbage can really, at least that I can see, make these medium tanks pay for going for this more exposed medium tank that was just sitting on Femboy City. Lash could time out. I mean, Garbage is still kind of doing fine in unit value. It's gonna get the corner back. And Winter Fury is Winter Fury, as we saw there. Did like 25,000 damage. Hi! Okay. It just finishes off that mech. Doesn't move this medium tank. This medium tank goes up onto this city. Very, very passive. Usually with medium tanks, you kind of bully a lot rather than just stand on cities. Looks like there's a force being built to siege this area after it's been captured. Okay. Corner's being attacked, but Garbage should be able to stop that no problem. And it will take the income lead. Or will actually equalize the income with the city being captured up here. Who actually will have the income lead. It takes when Garbage takes this city. And then it'll be back to equal when the city gets taken by Femboy. So really large, massive units here. I'm not quite sure what's going on with it. I don't know why this medium tank got put on the harbor. Harbors will only repair ships. So, and there's nothing over here that can actually threaten the medium tank, so you might as well just go straight down. Okay. Yeah, this medium tank out of range of this one. So this is just a free run up and get a nice kill. Yeah, you get to secure this corner again. I'm not sure what Garbage is doing over here. Stuff's just kind of dancing around and building up, I guess. Whoa, I didn't even notice this. There was a mega tank built last turn. Winter Fury, more like Winter Fury. Hey! Well, the mega tank, I like it. I guess its plan is to just kind of move forward and go take this base. All right, artillery, that makes sense. I like this. If you're gonna like siege this corner, definitely using artillery will help with that. Sets up to threaten this city. Is set up to take this city. So Femboy's gonna has both comm towers as Lash, which is really good. I don't like that attack though. It's really tricky, right? Because Olaf isn't really relying on like comm towers to win these fights. It's really just the super. So you often don't want to do an attack like this against Olaf, where it's almost like a power generating attack. Battleships are not bad, that's true. Okay. Yeah, well, mechs, as we saw here, aren't really that great at fighting medium tanks. Ooh. That is definitely a questionable little attack here. But it does have enough backup, that's okay. But garbage is going to repair up to 8. And the more of these kind of small skirmishes that aren't devastating, the more it's going to work out for Olaf. Down so many units, but the nice thing about Winter Fury... Oh, another turn that just skips. The nice thing about Winter Fury is that it kind of scales with your opponent's unit count. So it's a super, and this is just global damage in general. They work as a comeback mechanic. They hit players harder when they are ahead of you. Okay, let's see what... Oh, okay. So definitely a big turn because garbage secures this top base with a mega tank on it. Unfortunately, there wasn't an infantry that could step on it yet. Down here, it seems to be just more defensive formation kind of happening. We have a medium tank built against this incoming medium tank. The artillery, kind of a weird spot to sit. This 8 health tank just retreated back here, where it's kind of guarded by another 8 health tank. And then this artillery came over here to help lock down these cities. And anything else big happen? Yeah, okay. So garbage is going to get the city from Femboy. There's nothing that can interrupt that. Same with this city. Or not quite. Okay, this city could be interrupted by either this tank or this medium tank. But the artillery and medium tank are here ready to kind of punish them if they do. Anything else that we see here? This infantry is coming over to take this city. Nothing's actually threatening it right now. So if these guys are too preoccupied trying to save this base, and then these guys kind of wander down here, this city could just kind of fall uncontested. I would say live matches being an hour is pretty normal. Okay. Oh, we should look at the builds here. So it was medium tank infantry. Just a tank slams into the medium tank here. Those are the 2 units that could have interrupted this. So the city is going to fall to garbage. Still not sure about this kind of attack from Femboy. Okay, now the rocket gets built over here. It's going to be able to stop this base from being captured, which is what I imagine it's going to be used for. Okay, this city's starting to be captured, although there's plenty of stuff to interrupt that. This city over here, however, is not very easy to interrupt. And the infantry over here are being cleaned out, so that makes it very difficult to maintain a hold over here. And then there's just a little hit on this mech. Value-wise, that's going to turn out fine, but Garbage can always just kill off the infantry and then repair the mech. Mega Tank busting on through. It doesn't take very much damage from artillery, but it can lose like 4 or 5 hit points here. Ooh. No comm tower, you feel it right there, not getting that kill. Never mind, this is not going to take 4 or 5 damage. These direct units are just going to start attacking all these indirects, and the rocket has to skip a buy to fire on anything over here, which is really good. And the other nice thing about this attack for Garbage is if these indirects do fire on these really expensive units, it's going to build up a lot of charge for the global damage, which will of course help in this fight, but it also just helps everywhere on the map. Yeah, there's some nice heavy tank tactics. Also like injured tank being used to keep this base locked, and then this infantry is now lined up to go for the capture. Very nice. Over here, this heavy tank or medium tank is to just hit here. It's guarded by an artillery. It's not going to super work out for Garbage here. Probably should have just retreated, because this medium tank will be able to kill this other medium tank, and then this tank can come through and hit this artillery on the shoal. He's going to hurt. Looks like Garbage decides not to just repair this mech. Take out the supporting infantry, hit the capturing infantry. Artillery support. This looks really good for Garbage over here. These tanks have to go in. Oh, I don't like that move. So this is kind of a free tank hit, because this artillery is not guarding this spot here. And then over here, I mean, we'll see how this plays out. It might be a fine thing to send these tanks in to try and interrupt this capture. The medium tank can just like wipe out the tank, but if Garbage is able to like get the artillery over here and lock the city because of it, then it'll be definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. You see how much charge is generated this turn. This is a decent hit. Boom. Boom. Only 2 more to go. Like 1.5-ish. Winter Fury is definitely incoming. Might even get it next turn here, or this turn with the attacks over here. Let's see, artillery probably kills it. Yeah. But this is kind of where global damage feels really comfortable. Although not when everything gets wiped out, but when a lot of damage gets done, especially if the units live. There we go, bam, Winter Fury. And what is that, like 40,000? It's like 30,000-ish. She's too weak for her tier. Here she's pretty... She's very good on this map. She has a really hard time coming back in games. She doesn't have much of a comeback mechanics like Olaf does with Winter Fury. But she can do... Lash can do stuff like get kind of surprise HQ captures and stuff like that. Oh, the rocket also shot last turn, so it didn't get the move. Mega Tank just comes in, gets another kill. It's down to 2 ammo. He just comes back in Hits this tank. A lot of the forces down here left to go fight up here, I guess. So Garbage can actually just wander over here and start taking all of this back. Still has a nice income lead and is about to have this base back. This is looking really good for Garbage. The only thing, well, the attack over here is a little scary. You got Prime Tactics, so this rocket do a really strong shot. And any damage you can do this turn is really nice because it's not going to give Garbage any charge. Infantry managed to clear everything up. That was a very good join on Femboy's part here, because now this is going to, well, I guess debatably, it does mean this capture happens sooner. The other thing you could do is like wait a turn and then move this infantry down here to threaten this city and then join there to have this guy be full health. But this also means you'll just get this city faster, so it's still a good join. Definitely joining injured infantry together when you need to go for captures is very good. Okay. The Garbage still down in unit count, still up in economy, still way up in unit value, as you would expect. Medium tank comes over here, sits on this city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means it won't be able to stop this city capture, but it wouldn't be able to anyway because this guy could just block it. The base will get captured. Tanks just kind of mosey on out of there. We have an artillery set up very nicely. This medium tank cannot reach because we've got double forest going on here. And you can see the global damage working its magic. All of these infantry are 8 health, so even though they started these captures just last turn, it's going to take them 3 turns to actually get the capture finished, which gives Garbage more time to make more money and also more time to react. Not so sure what that was about. Yeah, I'm not sure why this medium tank just came down here and sat on this road. I'd be fine with it sitting on this city and just healing up. But that's okay. There's nothing to stop this corner city, so Femboy is going to get that. And the rocket, this is a nice rocket placement. Guarding this medium tank is a single artillery is not going to be the best at guarding. It's definitely worth it to kill a medium tank just to take a single shot. Okay, this artillery, very nice, is going to stop this capture. We'll see what Garbage can do here. The attack over here is working out very nicely. Actually got this city too. Comm tower looks like it's going to fall back into Garbage's hand. Yeah, it just goes onto this city, kills off this medium tank. There are 2 artillery that can shoot here with a medium tank support, so this medium tank will die for it. But in Garbage's play, if I was in Garbage's spot, I would probably do the same thing because he's Olaf and he really wants to get the charge constantly building. Doesn't go for the interrupt over here, which is fine. You just kill the mech instead. Don't give the artillery a target. It would also be fine to go for the interrupt, I think. Because this is a Lash artillery on the road. Although it does have 2 comm towers, so it would hurt quite a bit on the shoals. Ooh, another city to go for. Actually 24k to 16k right now. So Femboy's not going to get a lot of money this turn, but then we'll take 2 cities. Start making a comeback in that regard. Garbage actually managed to get ahead in unit count And it's way ahead in unit value. This is looking like Garbage is going to start winning here. Because another thing, this is why global damage is so good. Not only is it like a comeback mechanic, but it also helps keep people just out of the game as well. It's a snowball and a comeback mechanic all in one. Because it sets you up for so many kills. Femboy really likes to just dive in on these units here. Okay. Well, this does survive. We can always just walk over onto like the city and then build another medium tank to cover it. This comm tower is gonna fall, and another city goes to Garbage here. Now Garbage is the one with the base lock. Wow. Medium tank or mega tank does not get the kill. I don't think that was probably not worth it to send this 2 health tank in because it's just gonna get shot. Gets that kill, which is nice. Finishes off those infantry. This tank is coming over here to make sure this city doesn't fall, which is good. We have the artillery coming up. We have a huge indirect stare-off happening over here. It just goes for the kill on the tank. Bring the artillery up to cover it. Another artillery, just bring this back into artillery range, sure. I think I would prefer if a medium tank got built here, but I don't think it was quite possible. What's the best response to mega tank? You kind of have to go... Well... You can use medium tanks, or you can use a mega tank of your own. You can try and stop it with rockets. But yeah, usually what happens is the mega tank gets killed off because you have like 2 health tanks and you've got recons around, and they just all slam into the mega tank, or 3 of them do, and it loses all of its ammo, and then medium tanks come up and just kill it. But you can also try and build your own mega tank and just have a mega tank stare off. You can see here, indirects are not the best against them, which makes them really, really good against grit. Femboy actually went for the normal power here. Okay. This is generating... Garbage is pretty much always getting perfect Winter Furies. Not very many turns of getting overcharged. Just comes down, boom, kills the medium tank. Hit Femboy with this Winter Fury. The Winter Fury is so mean. This medium tank can only move these 2 tiles, so it cannot avenge its brethren. It slows down this capture. These tanks get beat up. Down here gets beat up. Garbage has the comm tower again. Wow, okay. This is really tough as well to try and protect your artillery once the snow comes. Everything's so slow. I'm not quite sure why this infantry moved here. Definitely should have moved to here, so it's threatening to take this city. And if Femboy just resigns here, yeah. Well, I mean, I think at this point that's fair. Garbage with the... That's try-hard Garbage right there. Never give up. That was a rough spot that Garbage got into. Oh my gosh, 97 units built for Femboy, only 76 for Garbage, but almost all of those, actually 28 more infantry built for Femboy. So vehicle wise, Garbage ended up building more. Whew. I can't believe after like there was like one spot where like after this spot you still managed to win. That's impressive. Garbage did one base skip later in the game. So that was pretty much all just being down. Like, how long is Garbage 5 to 3 bases here? So 1, 2. Oh. Do Garbage's turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 turns essentially. Some of those were the base being locked though, but it was also locked before it got captured, so that's impressive. For Femboy, I would say holding onto the super for so long, I think really hurt their engagements. And then I don't think this base got leveraged like it should have been. Building like a rocket here is a huge deal. Building mega tanks to fight mega tanks and that. But still, that was very well played. I think Femboy had some very good plays. Obviously, just taking this base is huge. And then Garbage had the willpower and perseverance to push through. Very nice. And well played, Garbage. Well played. Okay. The myth, the legend. Play the game out to the end. And next we have my most recent game against Talose here. Yeah, my games aren't nearly as good as that one. Okay. Because I can. I have the disrespect. Make this better for people who are colorblind. Be surprised if this one isn't entertaining too. Yeah, Jake cosplay incoming. We both were like, Jake is actually the obvious pick for this map. And then we both ended up going with Adder. I do not like this map. But I'm glad you like it. Mostly ground fights in the replays. You're not going to see very many naval games. So, the main gimmick of this map is, well, at least the main initial gimmick of this map is going to be this situation with the 2 APCs and an infantry trying to get, like, it wishes it could get this base, but the 2 APCs are stopping it. You can send the APCs down here early to pick up an infantry and do stuff. You can, and then like one sits on the base and the other one picks up an infantry and that kind of thing. If this infantry, or like this infantry hits one of these APCs on like turn 1, then this is something that you can do on any map where you just have multiple of the same unit and then there's an offensive unit. It happens in quite a few. Is you can just join those units initially and get a huge influx of money right away. And it's a big deal on this map if you end up hitting one of these APCs turn 1 and then they go and join, because then your opponent can rush out an artillery and the artillery can come over, sit on the city, and actually prevent the base from being captured. because it will get there before the infantry will be able to. So there's some gimmicks going on there. Another thing to keep in mind is that this infantry will be able to contest your capture here if you use an APC to go pick up an infantry. So it only takes, I think it's just one more turn to just walk there rather than get picked up. So I just end up walking there, but I think I was fine with the walk move. You could also do a recon to kill off this infantry, but it works out from what I was in my very brief testing in the move planner. It worked out a lot better for player 2 than it does for player 1. This is another standard map where player 1 has to, or player 2 has this initial city, and then player 1 has to go for this capture immediately. There's no real choice for what you do on your first turn. Not a huge fan of that in standard, but it's okay. But what this does mean is that player 2, and here I'm just going to wait. This is kind of a bluff I'm doing here, because I know Talose follows a lot of people playing on this map, so he's probably seeing the game between Deegis and I think it was Soth. And at that one, the join and you have the APCs happen. So I'm kind of bluffing that I'm going to... I want him to like hit this and then I'll join them. And I probably would do that if he did that. But I really just want to keep this guy pinned down so I can take the base and get tested. But if Talose wanted right here, they could Talose could actually build a recon. Could do a day 1 recon. It would be a base skip down here, so maybe not the best thing. But it would mean that you'd be able to use the APC to pick up this guy after this capture gets finished, and then the recon will be able to deal with this infantry, and you can get this base like really fast. As player 2. It doesn't work out as nicely for player 1 from what I saw, so yeah, this was Discord Cup 11. So I didn't go for that. Here I just keep these guys nice and weighted. And I want to rush down into the middle because these cities look really contested to me. And if you manage to finish this city first, then you're in a spot where you can interrupt the other city. And you can see here this infantry movement, or this APC being used to pick up this infantry, only saves a single turn of travel, because the APC drops it off in range of this base, but you can walk to here and then walk to here and then you're in range of the base, so it only saves 1 turn. And I'm going to make a, and if you were, that's another thing to point out, if you're Jake, you, neither of us were Jake, but if I was Jake, the infantry on the plains here is a much bigger deal because it would get those extra firepower for interrupting and or attacking on this property. So here is where I skip this capture to then go over to this base while these 2 APCs are just keeping this guy pinned over here. And Talose is going to build this artillery to try and stop me from taking this base, but it's going to be too slow to prevent it. And here the infantry just gets dropped off on the base while this guy comes over to pick up this guy, this other infantry, which is fine. And Talose is now on to my shenanigans, so is no longer withholding the attacks for fear of me joining, desperately trying to break through and stop me. Are the airports in the back worth capturing? Or oh, you can definitely capture these airports. We both saw how to deal with the missile. I think we basically both do the exact same plan at the exact same time, which is pretty good. Okay, And then I also go for the artillery here. And this is a fine... Oh, okay. So if I was Jake, I would finish this comm tower capture, because that would guarantee that I can delay this this base better with the extra firepower, which would then allow me to get my artillery over here in time. But as adder, it's only a chance that I get, like, the extra firepower gives me a chance of getting good rolls, so this infantry is healthy enough to stop this infantry from getting the capture. And I decided to not try and rely on the rolls and instead just get a little bit of an income lead. I need to see DeadFS and Random Ways game on this map. Here, I take the first strike. If I was Jake and I went for this comm tower capture, I think I can knock him down to 5. Yeah, this is nowhere to run. And here, Talose isn't messing around, just decides to go for the comm tower first. Beating up my poor APC. You can see this is not going to make it in time to actually stop me, but it will be able to threaten to lock the base afterwards. Okay, and you can see I believe Talose walked over and went for this city rather than continuing on to the middle, so I'm going to have a much better presence in the middle. And then I'm building this artillery because I see this guy's coming, and I want to use double artillery to scare it out of here. And then I just wait here. I think that was a mistake. I think waiting right here is better, because it forces this infantry to hit me from the shoal up here. And then, because this guy's going to go for this capture. And then I can, like, it won't kill me, because it'll be a 5 hitting a 4. And then I can bring the artillery onto this spot or this spot and be able to target him down. It would be a lot better, though, if I was Jake in that situation. Or in this situation with the comm tower. Then, this guy would have to hit me. And the entire base capture would be brought down, but instead Talose can just move over here, and a 1 health infantry cannot stop a base capture. Okay, it's a nice little boost to go over to this harbor. Talose builds a tank. The tank is mainly going to be used to pressure in the center or kind of harass any captures I go for over here. And then I get to go for the harbor right now, and then this is showing up just in time to boost this guy onto this tile and go for this airport. I don't think it's overall going to be worth it, though, because it does mean that this infantry gets free this turn and can attack my infantry on the base, which is going to slow down my captures in the middle. So I think it would have been better to keep this guy pinned up a little bit longer. Keep him in jail. It's going to end up being really annoying. And you can see here, I brought my infantry over here, and then this guy has to come over. Talose honestly could have just ignored this infantry. It's a 1 health infantry, but I do get to trade out there. I could also move on to this city and threaten the base lock. And it might even be worth it. It probably would have been worth it. It just seemed like I shoot the artillery, it shoots me. I do get some base skips out of it, but I'll end up losing the artillery fight. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They hit the APC being very mean, blocking the way, but with the infantry strike on it, it sets it up to die if it wants to stay here, the tank, and kill it. Okay, both. You can see we're both lined up for the same exact airport play, capturing both airports at the same time. It's important to capture them both at the same time. Well, you don't have to capture them both at the same time, but you have to have them both captured. Otherwise, you can't really deal with the missile effectively. You can see here, Talose is going very artillery heavy. Which, I mean, I go a little artillery heavy, but Talose goes super artillery heavy, which works out really well. Because the middle is like kind of open. These mountain city forest is really annoying to try and deal with. It's easy to make a wall and just cover it with artillery. Your thought was 2 artilleries to deal with the missile? You can... You're thinking like you put an artillery here, 1, 2, 3, and then the artillery here to kill the missile? You can do that. You'll see what we both do. And then you can see here I have the double artillery set up to take this guy out. This is actually a pretty bad mistake on my part, though. It comes down to the fact that I attacked with my infantry from this side. If I attacked on this side before on the shoal, then I'd be able to put this artillery here to still threaten and be on the nice defensive plains rather than on this shoal. And the difference between being here and being here is that if I was here, I can shoot this pipe seam when this artillery has to run away and break through it faster. And then here, I'm going to start a fight because I have a higher tank count. I've got the 2 tanks coming in. There's artillery coming in, but I'm hoping to get the fight going before the artillery can get into a very good position and just delay this capture. This infantry is kind of in a little bit of a conundrum. It can either help support fighting over here, or it can interrupt this capture. This guy, and this is another thing I saw coming. I was like, well, I don't... It's kind of rough. Like, I'm willing to go for it, but it's a little rough to go tank, artillery against tank. So I'll have this nice possible tempting option. The tank to hit over here. Because this infantry is going to go for this capture. And if the tank doesn't hit me, then I can just interrupt it. If the tank does hit me, I can still interrupt it and just bring in these my other units to continue the interruption. Or the infantry can come up here and hit me, and then I can keep this fight going. There's only 2 infantry over here for Talose, so if I can deal with them, Talose is going to have a really hard time ever getting this city or these cities. So this is kind of what I wanted to have happen. I get to have this property. The artillery comes up, it's guarding this capture. And then this tank is guarding this artillery from my tank hitting it. Oh, and it's, never mind. That's right, the APC blocks. And I could kill the APC, but the tank will hit me back. There we go. And then this is the plan for how you deal with the missile on this map. Is you just bring up, you buy an artillery, 1 turn it goes up here. And you can see here, it makes the missile choose where it wants to go. It has 3 options. It can go up here, can go over here or it goes over here. But since both airports are captured, wherever the missile goes, one of these airports will no longer be covered. If it goes up here or here, it's still covering this airport, but it's no longer covering this airport. And then if it goes over here, it's covering this airport, but it's not covering this airport. So you can just move an artillery up for one turn, make the missile choose where it wants to go, and you build the copter, and then the copter can kill the missile. Yeah, I was actually mentioning that, Habits. If you're Jake, and you have your missile get pushed a tile over, if you're going to use the normal power anyway, or as an extra incentive to using the normal power, you will still be able to threaten the airports down. So we're both going to do this maneuver. I think the entire thing is completely mirrored, I think, which is pretty great. Yeah. It's actually pretty nice if you were Jake, because a lot of it is the missile is threatening to stop the copters from being built, and it's very easy to give yourself a reason to use the normal power in the middle, especially if you're going with Talose's opening with heavier artillery heavily artillery. There's not only one line, Talose. We could have gone to different spots. There's clearly one spot that's better than the rest. I mean, that's true. That is true. Okay. I even skipped over my little attack over here. So I attack. This is covered by this tank, but because I can drop off an infantry here, the tank can only hit me from the city itself. So this kind of injures this infantry, and it forces a cancellation of the capture. And then I do have double tank here. And for those that don't know, I think that was actually a mistake here from Talose. If you have two tanks, you will win this kind of engagement most of the time. Talose doesn't get the roll that knocks me down to 4, so I even have a guaranteed win here. But they hit you, and then you have full health tank and 5 health tank to kill off their tank. There is an artillery here, which is going to make the trade a little brutal, but if both of my tanks are able to make it out pretty much okay, then they can, in theory, heal up and be happy. The problem that Talose runs into here is that I'm not quite sure why, but they drop off, or Talose drops off an infantry down rather than up into this forest. If it was up here in this forest, I have a much harder time going for this maneuver. People have taken my penguins, yes. Yeah, I don't think the artillery needs to be scared about a 5 health tank looping around with the normal power, because it'll just that's just losing a tank. I have never lost a game in which someone took my penguins. I would not advise it. I do not mess around when people try and take the penguins. You can see how this works out. Pop. And then I attack the artillery. I don't get the roll that does 2 damage. Doing 2 damage would be nice, but it's okay. I should probably have just captured rather than hit the artillery for 1 damage. And here we're going to see a whole bunch of little brawls happening, and that's me. I don't agree with this now. But at the time, I was thinking, well, if I can take out the infantry around here, if I can take out this guy, he can't be used for a normal power from Talose to step onto the mountain and hit me over here. And that's why I went for this attack, even though it's going to result in me losing infantry for it. And the problem with losing infantry for it is that I'm going to run into a very similar problem on this front that Talose was running into of just not having enough infantry. It's quite unlucky. Isn't it like a 40 or maybe like a third? It's not that unlucky. And here you can see missile moves back, copter gets built. Now the copter can deal with the missile itself. And then this is a little bit of a cheeky spot for an artillery, because it's covering these 2 tiles that would be used to clear out this 1 health tank. And it's time to just swarm in with a bunch of infantry and kind of take over this area. And we're both going for the mech artillery break the pipe team, go take the city. It's probably worth it for this player to go for the city earlier and then try and hold it with like an indirect over here or something. Maybe not, though. Okay, you can see here a problem I'm going to be running into is I'm not thinking long term enough. There's going to be a huge influx of infantry kind of moving in this direction, and instead of trying to like reinforce this side, I'm moving this APC to pick up an infantry over here and bring it onto this side. This side doesn't really need more infantry. I have plenty. So it should really be used to do the opposite. We now both have normal power on deck, which makes everything nice and awkward. Because the zoning is really weird in the mirror. Okay. Like, this is... I kind of... What would you call it? I kind of tunnel visioned on this area, and like, I can win this. This is a nice scrappy brawl. That's kind of my element. And I'm really not reacting very well to the buildup that's happening over here, especially with the indirects in combination with infantry, which is a really good combination. Yeah, I play Brown Desert if I'm not playing Cobalt Ice. If someone takes Cobalt Ice, I play Brown Desert. Brown Desert is the special forces of Cobalt Ice. Okay. Here we go. You can see how much power gets generated off of these missiles. Both do the exact same thing. Green Earth is your second color there. Nice. And I noticed that Talose is still really low on infantry over here, so just going for this interrupt. Very easy for me to stop anything from going on, and I just go for this capture now. It's no longer with all these tanks showing up, and the infantry build up. It's not really that feasible for Talose to stop this capture with this artillery and keep it very safe. with the normal power I've got. So I kind of want this to stick around, just sitting here on this road next to a city. He can set up a sort of wall. But Talose is like, I am sick and tired of this fight over here. And just leaves. Which is really good. Just like, whatever, man. Take your cities. Take this city. I don't care. A lot of my infantry over here are kind of injured, so I can't immediately punish without power. And you can see the triple artillery, tons of infantry, double tank moving in over here. All I've got right now is this single artillery. So I have a choice here, because Talose is basically sacrificing this entire side. My choice is, do I basically try and like gobble up everything over here faster than Talose is going to be able to take this stuff? Or do I try and take the free stuff over here and hold what I can on this side? Now, I decide... I get to kill this missile. I decide to use the side slip here because I want to hold my position over here and also go for this capture with the nice artillery covering everything, and then bring a bunch of tanks over. And this, what I go for over here, is definitely a big mistake. Make a nice little wall, and I try and use these infantry to like protect this artillery. This artillery sadly could not reach a spot where it could cover the other artillery. But the problem that's happening right here is this is pretty much all of my infantry on this entire front, while Talose still has quite a few infantry over here. So if these die, I'm going to be stuck with nothing but vehicles against a combination of infantry and vehicles, especially in indirects. And when your opponent has infantry and you don't have infantry, they can always just kind of get in your way, and you won't be able to get your vehicle and vehicle hits. You have to use your vehicles to like hit their infantry, and then they just use their vehicles to kill your vehicles, and you'll just end up pretty much dying. So I'm fine with my choice to try and hold as much as I can over here and just slowly take stuff, but I shouldn't send my infantry into like this artillery range, incredibly exposed to these other infantry. I'm kind of falling for the poison property thing. I should really just let Talose take this city. Be like, I couldn't really guard it. It's covered by an artillery. It's got lots of other stuff. I don't want to lose those units because that's going to result in future losses. I kind of need them with my army to fight this fight. And then the other thing I don't react to is how artillery heavy Talose's composition is. And this is partly a play style thing in that I really, really don't like to stall the game. I really like the sharp, scrappy combat with lots of tactics, and it's very easy to just fumble. I think it's fun and exciting, but yeah, if you stall against me, I probably won't try and participate. But what you should do is, if your opponent has a bunch of artillery and kind of a slow death march to attack you, you usually want to respond with rockets or maybe like a bunch of heavy tanks that can wall break very effectively. Instead, I'm just getting a tank and I get a second copter. But yeah, I should really get a rocket probably at this point, or if not a rocket, a medium tank. So we're going to see here, Talose is going to do for a power of his own. You can see all of these infantry die. like so. And you can see now this front on my side only has 2 infantry, while Talose has 6, 7, another one in here, so 8. Yeah, this is a good attack. Very good for this kind of composition with heavy artillery. What other techniques are good against me? Stalling is pretty good against me if I let it stall. I think that's the best. I'm pretty comfortable with tech ups. Yeah. Playing high funds. Giving him COVID. I really like to play Andy. And Sturm. Sturm's fun. Okay. So here, Talose is doing what I should have done over here, which is just let the property go. This is what I would call a poison property. It's something that you can't hold, but you end up sacrificing a lot trying to hold it. So I do end up moving a lot of these vehicles over here, and I'm going to start falling back. I'm like, fine. I guess I'm kind of forced to try and stall, but you can see I'm still not building any rockets because deep down I'm like, I'm not going to stall no matter what. I don't want to have an indirect stare off. So instead I'm going to get this anti-air. The anti-air was actually to deal with the mech while also working as a way to break through the infantry walls. I could have gone with a medium tank, but the medium tank doesn't actually kill the mech without me using my power, so I was a little worried about that. And pretty much medium tank or anti-air is going to get just decimated by the artillery setups that Talose is going for here. Okay. I'm not quite sure why Talose just stuck here with this APC. I guess didn't want me to bring these tanks over here. So at this point, I was like, okay, this is a really scary attack, heavy and indirects. The only way I could possibly try and hold it off is by building a rocket, and I'm just not gonna do it. I refuse. So I go for a side slip attack that I know is going to get absolutely crushed, but I want to try and clean out this top part and hope, and I'll take some pretty heavy losses, but a lot of the units down here won't be able to participate. I don't get the roll here, but it also doesn't matter. In my simulation of this attack, I got this roll, but also in the simulation of this attack, I move an infantry onto this spot. It was just this infantry with an APC boost instead, so it like didn't matter. Very good setup by Talose here with this wall. You can see it's kind of double layered. There's a wall beyond the wall, so when I break through here, I would only be able to get like one vehicle hit. I can't just gobble up everything behind. So I can kind of do it, but the ocean tiles in the back here are going to save Talose from like these artillery going down, which would have been really big for me. And then here, it's definitely a mistake, but I understand why I hit the tank rather than the artillery, and that's because this artillery is occupying this spot these tanks would like to hit from. So it firing isn't a huge deal for me. It will like hurt one of these other tanks, but then it's protecting the other tanks, but it's not going to work because there's this artillery covering this spot. So this artillery can just clear up this spot, and then the tanks can come through and damage anyway. So I definitely should have hit the artillery there. And then I'm expecting this anti-air, of course, to kill the copter, so I have artillery medium tank to avenge. And you can see Talose is not joking around with the copters coming in, because there wasn't any anti-air capabilities before. So if these anti-airs didn't get built, then the copters could have done some serious damage in trying to slow this down. Heather the Slayer. And then down here, it's almost like a mini version of what Talose is doing. But the problem with doing a mini version of it is it's very easy to ward off with just buying stuff. I also have no anti-air capabilities because I have to spend all my money up here. So you can see the nice, also the very nice artillery placement here, because this was the only place I could do the wall break. See, bam, bam. The units get hit by the artillery. Oh, Talose didn't even break through this way. Went through this way instead. It's very nice. And then equaling up the economy at this point. The economy doesn't super matter because of what the unit count disparity is up here versus what I can build out of this one base. So even if I'm building, unless I'm building like mega tanks, this heavy artillery composition with just a lot of stuff in the way will be able to deal with like Neotank spam or anything like that. Unless I had been building rockets, of course. And sadly, I don't have enough power for my own. I don't have enough charge for my own power, so this tank is stopping me from going for this capture. So at this point, I was comfortable resigning, but I like making my games very what do you call it? Very clear that I'm beat for the audience. So I continue the fight, still trying to stick with fighting up here, trying to stay out of as much indirect range as possible. Talose has enough charge to use another normal power, so the anti-airs are going to be able to reach whatever copters they want to. And then I can't really fight into this. I don't have any anti-air capabilities with my own attack, and Talose can very easily build like a medium tank, and I don't quite have enough stuff. I never ended up managing to really connect these armies well enough. So instead I just start setting this stuff up here. And then Talose is going to be able to clean this out pretty nicely. You side slip so this tank can come in from the base. And that's the downside of attacking up into here, is that the base reinforcement, I went a little too far trying to get to the anti-air in the back. And then I still have a Neo tank here. And I did a little blocking maneuver so that the tank can just wipe out everything down here, but that's fine. And then I do have a Neo tank over here, so I could go in and like kill something, but I don't have enough units left to do a real breakthrough to like these indirects. And if I can't kill the indirects, then all of my like these heavy tanks will just get shelled to pieces. So there I resign, thinking it's pretty clear that I'm losing there. That's true. There was I was eyeing this tower a little bit, but from what I saw, even if I go for the tower and I get the tower, because I have to invest so much money defending up here, I'm not able to hold the tower. Checkmate, the king is down, the king is down. So GG Talose, it was a really good front switch that Talose did. Because I think basically we were kind of playing in my element over here. Very scrappy, with lots of little fights and exchanges. And then Talose is like, I'm done. I'm done with that nonsense. And it's like, I'm just gonna bring all my stuff together with my high indirect count and just kind of death push you. And then my reaction trying to hold this city and like losing 5 or 4 infantry to basically kill 1 was really bad. Yeah. Delayed third base, switching the stronger side. A classic. If I was to do this again, I would just let this city go. And I probably would build some rockets. Either that or I have to go heavy tanks like really fast to try and bust on through. I also would definitely pick Jake over Adder. Talose is really good. Talose is like artificially low in rating because Talose doesn't play on Global League anymore. He's like a tournament only player. Go infantry plus bombers spam. I could have tried to go bombers, but you can just kind of build fighters. It would have been fine. Or even just the anti-airs. When you've got that many units kind of clustered together with enough infantry to wall, then it becomes really difficult to fight it off like I did. Yeah, just don't base skip. Okay, and that was my first tournament game that ended that day, and my game against Reimer on Normandie for the Fog Discord tournament also ended the same day. Sorry, Reimer, I'm going to make you yell a comment for people who are colorblind. Okay, actually, I gotta go put some chickens to bed, and then we'll do this game. We are back. I did indeed say chickens. I have chickens, or the family has chickens. You gotta put them to bed when the sun starts going down, otherwise they can get attacked by raccoons and possums. No fun. Gotta protect your birdie brethren. Chickens are OP. True. Lash pretty well. I think Lash is okay on this map. I think Drake is very good on this map. Well, they're not chickens to eat. So Drake's really good on this map because, for one, it's really long distance for the reinforcements. It's like 4 turns of travel. So there's going to be a lot of units on the map. And the global damage is just going to hit everything. And then the other thing is that with Drake, your lander makes it to the harbor. So you get to drop off an infantry or whatever in this forest rather than doing a drop here and here. You can drop here and here. And that means you can go to this city right away with your infantry drop, which is really good. And then you can also do some slightly silly things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? 2. No, it's from here. If you're in your harbor and you pick something up, then you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and drop something off here, which can be quite the surprise. Sturm has the option too. Sturm's just not allowed. I definitely like Sturm on this map. Does the work? Well, worst Drake copters, they're not that big of a deal because they are still strong enough to do copter versus tank combos on like neutral terrain. And then when you have your powers active, you can do copter plus tank combos on properties. And you'll still win the air fights as long as you've used the power. You'll see, you'll see. So Reimer is known for playing Lash. I would say that Lash has probably the hardest time against Drake out of everything in tier 3. Because Lash can only really get ahead by fighting and like using the super to go for captures with really high defense. And Drake just says everything is hurt. So your captures are slower, your units are just weaker. They're just weaker. I just make them weaker for free when I use my powers. And that means that Lash is getting hurt in her one thing, which is just fighting. And then also that means the fights can kind of turn into really long brawls with a lot of power being generated. And then Drake every now and again just says everything takes damage, everything takes damage. And Lash doesn't really have an option that kind of bails her out of that situation. So if the game makes it to the state where you're in really big, long fights, Drake is just going to win. Lash really has to kind of steamroll over in a big turn to overtake that. But since this map has the really long reinforcement routes, there's going to be, it's almost guaranteed there's going to be a large unit buildup. Have a good night, Talose. Hey! I know my midterms are right now. And you can see here, I don't go for the airport capture right away. I'm going to pick up, drop off down here. I can go for this airport capture whenever. And I'm going to go for this capture, and then I'll be able to make it to the comm tower. Or actually, I can make it to this city before the recon can... Well, the recon will be able to do something, but I'll have it timed out, so I'll have an infantry going for the comm tower and an infantry going for this city at the same time. And the recon would only be able to interrupt one. Was my plan. You can also see, because I skipped this airport, I'm actually ahead. on both fronts currently with my infantry placements. And the compensation is that Reimer is able to get airport now. Reimer could have also skipped this airport capture and then done a double drop up here. And I think that would probably have been better. As we'll see. And then Reimer also doesn't go for the recon opener. And I think the recon opener is... I didn't do the recon opener against DPSI, but I think the recon opener is basically forced on this map. It's just so strong because there's no way a tank is going to be able to make it all the way around to protect these infantry, and mechs are really slow. So, my plan for this game, I don't know if anyone remembers my game against DPSI, same tournament, same map. But the plan in that game was I attack over here at first and then front switch over here and try and catch DPSI like unguarded with how many forces I have there suddenly. And that was basically going to be my same plan for this game, is I attack over here and then that triggers a response to reinforce this area, and then I do the front switch and hit big time over here while just stalling over here. And the really nice thing about that plan for Drake in particular is that when I'm fighting over here and I just have like one artillery and then a couple infantry over here, I have a constant threat of like taking this comm tower. And every turn that the combats happen over here, I'm getting more charge and I use my power, and it hits everything that's defending over here every time a power goes off. So even if I'm not investing more onto this front and my opponent gets weaker and weaker, the more fighting happens elsewhere. And if I can get my opponent to have to like take forces away from here to help fight on this side, then I have my perfect opportunity on my next power turn to then push forward, because this front will be so weak. Yeah, garbage priority is higher than Go7 priority. That's right. So you can see how this has lined up. And if my opponent, if Reimer had gone for the recon first, the recon would be moving into a position this turn where I'd be able to see both of these properties, the comm tower and the city, I do believe. Just like this one. There's a bottom route that the recon can take, and there's a top route. The top route's a lot better because it sees this city as well as the comm tower and this city, where the bottom route is like further down here and it doesn't see this city. Yeah, I still haven't captured the airport. I'll get to it. There we go. I go tank, infantry, infantry. I'm getting this tank because I think a recon's probably incoming. Reimer goes artillery first. Well, Lash gets to use the cities, gets to use the forests. There's not very many like missile platforms, but it's okay. Reimer definitely acknowledges that this is an awful matchup for Lash. Drake into Lash is just so brutal. But Reimer also is a Lash main, so there's an incentive to always pick Lash. Not a lot of heavy terrain next to properties, that's true. And you can see what's really nice about the top recon is that you get to see this. And then the nice thing about having Drake is I get to go for this capture, which means I can go for this interrupt. And even if Reimer had like an infantry in place to join cap this, I could always stop it. You set a stipulation to only pick Lash for this tournament? Well, there you go. Okay. So now that I've got these properties, I'm just going to run away. Because I know that, I know from experience that you are just not going to be able to fight off the incoming forces at this stage in the game. You'll just be way too overextended. The roads are pretty rough for Lash, I agree. Okay. To stop this capture, which feels good because I got the capture myself, and we get some nice little boosts. And then this is the artillery that I'm going to bring over on this front, and I just fall back over here because I'm gonna need those guys if I want to go for an attack or if I want to defend. Oh, and Lash, or Reimer had this nice positioning here. So if I had gone for this city trying to like sneak it, this infantry would have been spotting that, and the artillery's in place to deny it. It was also in place to deny this one, but there wasn't anything spotting it. But I didn't go for the capture, although it would have been very funny if I had been capturing right there. Okay, we're about to see the start of my plan here to try and get Reimer to react up here. Ideally, what I want Reimer to do is build like 2 copters and send them directly north when I'm attacking down here or fighting over here, so that Reimer is down 2 copters in army value. Well, I can send copters straight down here. So, you can see this mech is clearly in recon vision. I could zoom around and just hit this mech, which would be totally fine. It's in a position where it can't have mech reinforcements because the stuff only gets dropped off every 2 turns. But instead, I'm just going to hit this infantry and delay this comm tower. Probably better to just hit the mech. But I want Reimer to react very aggressively. I want the copters to happen like this turn. And if I let the comm tower through, then Reimer can kind of delay. He can just like back off with the mech after it took some damage. Be like, I got my comm tower, I'm happy. So instead, I'm just going to hit here. The mech is just going to kill the recon, which is fine. And then I make sure to put this tank in range of this mountain, because pretty much everyone ends up putting an infantry on this mountain to scout. I would like the tank to be visible to really sell that my big plan is to attack over here. So there we go. Mech kills the recon. You can see the comm tower can't be captured right now because the mech had to strike from the comm tower. So that puts a lot of pressure to build stuff and send stuff over here to make sure I can't just like hit this out of the shadows and delay it more. I don't know. I know that some copters got built. I don't know if they got built this turn. Aha, okay, so there's the copter. So, as planned, I did not, I didn't expect an artillery to be here. I thought an artillery would get dropped off by the lander, much like what I do. So I think I do get a little surprised when Reimer's artillery shows up earlier than I thought it would. I think it's pretty meta to bring in artillery onto this side. You see, I'm just going to go for these captures instead. Make sure the tank is still... well, it's not visible here, and I probably should have moved it a little bit further down, but I didn't want to get first struck. I think there might be a recon around, so I'll just keep these tanks over here, and I can always start moving back once my copters and mechs are all ready to strike over here. Plus, this also is nice in that it secures these captures. So here, Reimer has a very scary attack coming in over here at the same time. And decided to rely on very heavy mech buys and copters to hold this line, and then just one tank's just kind of sticking around. So... and another copter did not get built. So the double copter did not happen. But instead it's just like a ton of mechs invested over here. So the plan's only kind of working. I would prefer if Reimer didn't have quite so many. Here, I'm still worried about like tanks that got invested over here kind of chasing me down, so I block. Didn't have quite so much stuff heading over here, but Reimer had their own plan to take my stuff. So I wasn't able to completely dictate the pace of the game here. Very aggressively moves up. The artillery here is earlier than I thought it would be, I think. At least I was a little surprised it was so far forward. It wouldn't be fair if only I get to have a plan. Exactly, exactly. But this is like the perfect part of the game for Lash to go for an attack like this and like go for this comm tower, because there's no powers built up yet. So this is just Lash having a day-to-day that's really good around fighting on this comm tower, basically. And Drake having just a negative day-to-day with this copter. I expect this copter to get hit. There's a chance, or to get taken out by an anti-air. There's a chance, not a very high chance, but there's a very slim chance that Reimer wouldn't build an anti-air because I'm Drake, but there's pretty much no way you ever go for an attack over here and you don't have an anti-air because the airport reinforces so fast. So it's the way I'm viewing this is it's fine to send my copter in here, help it like kill off an infantry, and have it die off, because this is still the front line. So the anti-air will have to move way up here on this shoal, and I'll be able to tag it. And then all of my future copters will be uncontested. It would be pretty amazing. You can see I'm just copter chaining down here. This isn't something you necessarily expect Drake to do, but it would be a pretty amazing call out on Reimer's part to build multiple anti-airs against Drake. So we're on day 12 here. Reimer is able to equalize the economy now. Goes for the join cap to try and finish taking this comm tower. Shoots a bunch of infantry, moves up, takes out this copter. Recon gets to come in here and hit this mech. So I have two things threatening this tile to hit this anti-air. I have this tank and I have this mech. So the mech just got hit. And then this tank also moved up. Another thing about losing a copter, which I've done on this map before against comp buy, is that it gives you a lot of charge, which is something that's really good for me. Yeah, you knew I was going to go full force on the left, but you didn't back off. Yeah, I think at this point, Reimer would definitely catch on to, I am not attacking over here anymore. And you can see all the units are like, oh, time to go over to the left, but the mechs take a long time to make that march. Okay. The tank gets to clear out, and I have to do a to keep the comm tower. I thought about letting the comm tower go, but I decided I'll just sack the recon. I've been good about making sure I have more recons, so I can sack an infantry to weaken the capturing infantry, and then send the recon in, even though it'll get blasted. If Reimer decides to stick around to stop this capture from happening, and then you can see I can use the copter. The same thing I did last time. Copter, infantry kills infantry, and then my tank can come in and hit this anti-air. And then I am like 100% sure that this is the only anti-air on this entire front. And I'm also very sure that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm very sure that copters got sent over here. So I think I'm going to have a brief window, maybe 1 or 2 turns, where this army is just not going to be able to deal with my copters fighting it. I want this anti-air here. I want to keep it kind of hidden so that Reimer might be able to kind of blunder a copter into it. And it also needs to be in a spot where it can clear an infantry out of the way if I need it to. You can see just constant copters. The copters get here faster than anything else. So I want them to come down, especially if I have my normal power almost on the board. If I have my normal power active, then with a comm tower and the power boost, they're just regular copters fighting 9 health things. You can see here, Reimer sticks around, shoots the tank, gives up on the comm tower capture, instead putting a tank on it to shoot the recon. And then kind of brings the anti-air back to heal, and then makes a defensive screen for it. And then all of these units some of them are starting to trail off. I've been sending some of mine off to just a minimal defensive force for the artillery, and then being able to interrupt on this city in case Reimer ends up going for it. Yeah, I was surprised you stuck around here. So yeah, another copter gets to come on down. We get to kill off this infantry, and then you get to see how this works out. So with Tsunami, this is exactly a 100% chance to kill. And then the tank gets to come and hit this artillery, bring the anti-air in to kill this blocker so that I can finish off this artillery, because I really don't want Reimer to be able to fight, like defend around a city and have the artillery sitting there getting repaired and getting the Lash boost, because the artillery is going to take a long time to get over here, so it's a nice thing to take out. I could have also hit this infantry or killed off this one, which would be fine, but I definitely prefer to kill off artillery. I'll use some boosting over here. And then move on in here. I have a backup anti-air because this one might die. But I'm not too worried about that because I also have double copter here. And any of Reimer's copters at this point are going to be at 9 health anyway. That's true, and I also hit the boats with the global damage, and that's going to be a repair cost. And this is what I was talking about before. So there's like this huge buildup of defensive forces that can't really attack safely into whatever I have up here. But every time fighting happens over here and I pop off a power, this entire force gets injured. And all I have to do is just bide my time. More and more of these units are going to have to leave to match my investments on this side. And more of it's just going to get injured. And eventually I'll be able to just walk forward and take the comm tower basically uncontested. What makes a tsunami worth it? Well, what made the tsunami worth it here is that I got to wall break because of it. The Drake super isn't going to be amazing against Lash because, I mean, it's still going to be good. It's still 2 damage. It does make it rain. But Lash's super makes the units ignore the rain, unlike Olaf's snow. So I'm not ecstatic about rain unless I can pull it off when Reimer doesn't have a super on deck. And then another nice thing about it is that it gives me more charge to build up because there's going to be a big fight. You can see I'm moving forward very aggressively. I kill off a unit. I go for these captures. I really want to fight right now because I have all of my stuff over here. It's going to take some time for Reimer to bring in some more reinforcements that we're defending over here. Everything in the air is still going to be injured. The anti-air that was going to repair up to 5 only goes up to 4. So I've got a little window of time here where there's still some stuff that's hurt by my global damage and I'd like to still be fighting and building up more charge. If I can trade out even close to even as Drake against Lash, it's really, really bad for Lash. See, the vehicles have to kind of lunge forward to kill off my vehicles. There's a single guy here kind of working as a blocker. But for the most part, the infantry are kind of on their own and the vehicles are on their own. So it creates 2 vulnerable groups where I've kind of got a mixture right now of infantry. Oh, Lash. We can go back here. So right here, it's not very likely, but there was a, I don't know, it was like a 2%, maybe 3%, or 20%, or maybe like 30% chance that this tank can kill this infantry, which would be really nice for Reimer here, because then this copter could come in and hit this tank. But doesn't get that roll, which means that this copter doesn't get to participate in the fight, I don't think. Yeah, it just gets to go down here. And here Reimer is saving up the super, probably for next turn. Don't really want to do the super at the end, even though it would help with the defense. And then here I'll just come in and just do as much damage as I can. The mechs are coming in to help if there's another like push forward from Reimer. And you can see how much charge I'm building up. You can see with the forces kind of split like this, the infantry can be cleared out, and then the vehicles can just kind of hit the vehicles. And every time I'm killing one of these units, it makes Lash's super worse, where whenever I'm losing units, it doesn't make my super worse. Yeah, Lash saving super seems to be a recurring theme this stream. However, unlike last time, Reimer did not have super at the start of the turn. It was kind of acquired mid-turn. And I've got 2 anti-airs here. I'm like, this one's dead. This one will probably survive, but I'm going to build 2 more anti-airs to replace them anyway. Yeah, it wasn't a great opportunity. I think you use it here, yeah, at the start of the turn. Get to kill off these units. You can see this kind of just hands me... Like, I am going to lose a lot of units here. But as far as I'm concerned as Drake, the the more optimally I can make it to my super. So I'm at the super right now. So any more damage I take at this point is kind of like unoptimal. I'm missing out on some charge for my next super. So it looks like I miss out on like half a tank and half an infantry. It's not so bad. That's basically ideal. And then I get to use my super here. At this point, I'm ahead in income. And then bam! Is that 30,000? Or like 28? No, it's like 30,000 damage. Just kind of for free. How fun. And you can see it's doing its job on this side. We now have 7 health and 8 health units defending this comm tower. I could technically try and go for it this turn, but what I'm really waiting for is to see some mechs come in from off screen over here. But I could have gone for it this turn and probably have gotten the comm tower. But I really only have one chance at going for it. So I decide to be a little more cautious. And here, because Reimer just used the super, the rain actually matters. And a lot of this stuff is going to be really hard for the vehicles to reach because there's this little like wall of planes in the way. I'm going to build an artillery so that I can set up like in this forest is the goal. And then maybe into this forest and just gobble up all of these properties. And another thing about the rain and just Drake's power in general is that it like injures these somewhat expensive transport units, but it also drains their fuel. So you can't just ignore the units without like repairing them, or they'll just like die and then you lose those transport capabilities. Yeah, at this point against a global damage CO like Drake, when you get into this kind of position, you're down in income, all of your units are injured. It's really hard to come back. Because even if you win a fight, like all of your infantry are injured, so your capturing is delayed. And then here a black boat gets built to save this copter because it's down to 7 fuel. And I remember seeing this in game. I was like, you know what, that's a fine. I did see the copter before, that it would be down to so low, and I kind of ignore it. I could have attacked it. I'm just like, it'll just crash. But I kind of like this play. At this point, Reimer is in a really, really bad spot. And even just joining these copters together to give you like a refund will just let you build something way back here that will probably not even make it to the front line in time to matter. So building the black boat here will, while it's like not a military unit, it will definitely hurt the reinforcements long term. Using it to repair the copter to give you another copter on the front lines is probably worth it to me. And here you can see I'm just going to try and keep the fighting going constantly. Put the pressure on the city. Really can't afford to lose another city. I'm not too concerned about losing a tank and a recon here. It's just another opportunity for me to hit my power. And then on the next power, I'm just going to go take this comm tower. Because there's no way that Reimer has a force that's going to be strong enough to defend over here anymore. So much has to be sent to fight on this side. You see everything gets sent in. Just to hit this mech. To charge in, hit the tank from the forest. And then again, not very many walls are going to be capable here. Most of the vehicles are just on the outskirts. And I still have a functional-ish wall of units that my vehicles are hiding behind. And then it's just going to be attack in very aggressively, try and get as much power built up as possible, with the idea that, you know, a lot of these units are going to get hit, and then I'll be able to pop the super, and then I can just go take the comm tower and the game's going to end. Sturm does a pretty good job here fighting back. Gets to use this mech again. Gets to finish off this copter. Gets to use the black boat again. Has a very tricky little movement here where it shows the tank going off to the city and then back down and around into the forest, which I think works on me because I check for it on the city. Mech gets some nice value. I could run in here. Arguably, I should have just used my normal power at the start of this turn, but I was like, well, I might be able to make it to the super. And 2 damage is better than 1. But then I'm like, I'll just use it so that this hit right here is guaranteed, this 1-on-1. And then this 3-on-2, and then I can just come in here and kill off all of these units. You can see I tried to check for the tank that ran away on the city, but I don't see it. And I just use it to kill off an infantry instead. And now I'm going for this comm tower. There's really nothing left over here. I even have 2 anti-air that are in range to fight stuff that attacks with this artillery and the 4 infantry. So Reimer just resigns there, which is definitely fair. It's really hard to fight this matchup. GG. And you can see the power of global damage and why it's often hated. Like, all the fighting's going on over here. I use global damage, which helps me in the fight over here, but then I'm also, like, weakening the other front. It's brutal. So my next, the next opponent in this tournament is going to be Tordred. So we'll see how that one goes. Okay, but now I can move on to new submitters now. We got CrossbowCardinal. This is a rather new player, I do believe. Yeah. Yeah. Reimer will get me next time, I have no doubt. I know, Von Bolt. But what was worse, though? Was it Von Bolt against Lash or Drake versus Lash? I mean, I kind of think that Drake versus Lash feels worse than Von Bolt versus Lash. And Von Bolt versus Lash is awful. Drake 100, yeah, see? At least, yeah, exactly. Olaf is even worse. That's next time. I mean, we've had tier 3 versus tier 3, tier 1 versus tier 3. Next is tier 2 versus tier 3. Okay, so we've got CrossbowCardinal against Hawke on Settles, like Stillwater version 2, which starts you with a lander instead of a black boat. Maybe one other thing. Oh, it also changes how the shoals are over here, so you can actually use your lander. And it's got tier 1 now in Global League. So these are both rather new players from my understanding. So I'm not expecting any meta openings. Easy here. I would usually recommend that you do what CrossbowCardinal is doing over here and kind of take the transport first before going for the harbor, because a lot of these properties, well, you get to go for more properties sooner, but they also are properties that are going to be contested much quicker. If someone goes for the recon first against you, you probably won't get this city, and if you delay dropping off over here, you might not even get this city. Ooh, okay. So for CrossbowCardinal here, I would definitely want to build the recon up here rather than down here, so they can immediately run over to the drop-off location rather than having to like wrap around. Although you are Sturm, so you just get to skate through the forests and stuff like that. If this replay goes south, you're fired, habits. And another thing about that is that an infantry from here can just go capture this harbor, so it's totally fine. Like, this guy can go capture one of these properties, this guy can capture the harbor, so you might as well get the recon in the more forward position. That's going to be able to mess with these captures sooner. So far, I'm pretty fine. I'm pretty okay with Hawke's infantry builds here, and setting them off to these different captures. The only thing that's really hurting is that the lander is so delayed in picking stuff up. I would even delay capturing this harbor further. Instead of just going here, I'd step past and go for this harbor, and then pick up some more infantry with this lander. Maybe even double up and drop them off over here to go for these captures, and then go for the harbor. Okay, so it looks like this recon's getting sent down here, which is definitely a little confusing to me. You'd want to send it over here with the drop-off point. You can kind of see where your own infantry is, and you can expect your opponent to have infantry over there too. In this case, they're showing up a little late, so you really be able to interrupt even the initial captures over here, which is amazing. I do like this double recon build, or this recon buy. Again, I'd prefer if the recon was built down here instead of over here, so it gets deployed faster. Just like that. You can see how much faster that is. Now these guys get dropped off to go for these captures. Looking good. Some more infantry. You could definitely build a third recon if you want as Sturm. They're really fast. There's a lot of stuff to harass on this map. It kind of takes a while for tanks to show up, and even when tanks do show up, as Sturm, you can kind of shrug off a hit and move about your day. Looking good. This guy goes for this capture, this guy goes for this capture. This guy doesn't really have a capture, so maybe send him on the lander or something like that in the future. Tank artillery, totally fine buys. I'm going to assume that you're going to build this. You built this tank to send it into this lander to defend against recons. Definitely attack this infantry. It got trapped on this guy. Your recon. I'm not quite sure why this is being left alone. Okay, I like the move out over here. Well, the recon got dropped off up here. Okay, well, recons are not very good at defending against other recons one-on-one. So I'd much rather if tanks got dropped off up here rather than recons, which are going to be a lot better early on, just harassing infantry. Okay, it looks like it's just being used to scout like the forests. Which is okay. This recon is a little terrified when the tank just shows up right next to it like that. This is a good forest. This is a decent forest. It's a good forest for scouting what's coming out of this area, and it's a decent forest for scouting this base. It's not as good as this forest, which is kind of harder to deal with, which also sees the space. Ooh, I like it. Infantry's heading over into this forest. It makes sense to go to this forest because you can like line up to go for this comm tower. And then the tank gets to punish. This is something that wouldn't normally happen on the older version of this map, because you would just have a black boat and you wouldn't really have the capability to drop off a tank and hit like this. So this is definitely a good change for this map, I would say. Well, what's JJ doing in my chat here? Can't fire himself? All credits to Compi and Starflash for the Lander meta. It's definitely a good call. Okay. Ooh. And it is spotted by this recon, but there isn't anything currently. And the recon could reach, but there's nothing that can see this comm tower. So I definitely like this little sneaky play here. And Hawke has a much better power than Sturm. Okay, so as Sturm here, you kind of had your city interrupted. I would probably step off to get vision of this comm tower and then interrupt the comm tower. Looks like you were checking to see if there was anything in the forest. But in general, in Fog, you really don't want to move your units just like next to heavy terrain like this, because it's optimal for your opponent to hit you from them. Some recon fights. Net +2 HP. Tank drop off is good. Okay, just building a bunch of tanks and then the recons. That's fine. You can also lean a little bit heavier into indirects as Sturm. You can even go for some like somewhat fast rockets. You can even go for missiles because they just move so fast for you. I don't think I would recommend necessarily going for a missile. I guess really anyone can go for a missile now and be fine if you're wanting to defend against air down here because of the lander. They go 4 squares, but they go 4 squares on anything. Missiles for other players, like, takes 3 of their 4 movement to step into a forest, 2 to step over every tile of plains. For Sturm, it takes 1. So they zip along. But it's true, their movement doesn't go up. They don't get 5 movement. But depending on what they're walking through, it's like they have 12 movement. Yeah, I like this little setup here. Killing off these units is very good. Backing away from these tanks. Going for the interrupt on this capture, sure. Totally fine. Looks like you still got this capture, which is nice. I'm guessing this recon. Oh, because you hit it, it's enabled action. I gotcha. Okay, looks like we're just sticking to kind of just a normal unit composition as Sturm here. That's okay, but if you end up in like a army versus army fight, Hawke is just gonna steamroll you. Because while you can like both wall very effectively against each other, thanks to Sturm's increased defense and decreased offense, in a big boy fight, Hawke's power of just hitting all of your stuff for 2 damage and healing all of his for 2 is going to be really difficult to deal with. And is much harder to play around than your own like meteor. Get some nice copter hit. Some tank follow-up. Good. Definitely want to get that comm tower. Yeah, this map plays out very differently in version 2 versus version 1. In version 1, you just can't do a fight like this. This is like just won't happen at this stage in the game. Because all of the vehicles had to like walk all the way around. This map is officially playable, yeah. And pretty much this would be the only thing people would do, is they'd have to send most of their vehicles out through the middle. But so far, I've been pretty, for like a lower level game, this is actually looking pretty good for both players. Definitely some slight mistakes, like having the artillery kind of uncovered moving forward against, or into known tanks. Isn't amazing. I don't think this join is... it's fine. It's really... it would be a lot worse if your opponent had vehicles incoming. I guess they just get to like focus down this one guy. Very good harassment up here. There we go. Now we have a rocket. Rockets are going to be speedy for Sturm. They don't get extra movement, but they've got wheels. And wheels have to spend 3 to go through forests and 2 to go through plains. But for Sturm, they only have to spend 1. So they have the full 5 movement. They kind of zip along. But did someone explain what was so bad about recons on this map? I mean, recons were very good on this map. There was a well-established meta of double recon, send over and harass the drop-off zone, and there was just very little you could do against it. Which is why it was so meta. But now you can do stuff because you can just drop off your plates. On the version 1, you had a black boat instead of a lander. Basically. You can only do foot soldiers. Ooh. Neo tank, I like it. Very nice artillery placement here. Gets a kill. It was also fairly well guarded. The harassment over here is looking very good, making sure everything that was attacking this turn is in anti-air range. You like to see it. You like to see it. Rocket gets dropped down here, and next turn you can just like kind of be right behind the front lines defending stuff. Tank gets to come in and get a nice hit. I don't know if you know about this artillery. I think you do, but probably should attack from there instead. Oh, that works. I would use the recon to finish that guy off, but maybe you have other plans for the recon. It's just chilling out. It's a little dangerous because the copter can hit the copter. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, but the anti-air can't hit the copter, so that's fine. Yeah, okay, I like the copter being used here to hit the furthest away from the front unit. To make it so it's harder for your opponent to like snipe it down with an anti-air. If you can, try and put something in between where the anti-air could come from and where your copter is. Ooh, there's a fancy little trap on this tank, keeping it pinned against the water's edge. And Hawke super is almost here. So that's Not looking too bad. Sturm, of course, that negative attack means that you can't quite clear copters away with your copters. I would probably ignore this copter and try and take out some of these infantry blockers. If you're going to attack, I'd rather just fall back to your rocket. But multi-topic talk, you think Sturm should always be banned. Oh, you attacked the copter because you didn't want it to be functional with Hawke Super. Gotcha. Definitely use the Hawke Super before doing any artillery shots. You'll be healed up to 7, and the unit you're targeting will be at lower HP, and you'll have a power boost damage. And for those that don't know, your the HP of your unit affects how much firepower it deals, or how much damage it deals, but also how much defense it gets from defense terrain stars in particular. So the lower HP tank will have a lower defense bonus from sitting on the city. You can kind of look at these numbers as the combat potential of the unit. It's like you're being reported to that your infantry here is at 80% fighting capabilities, and that's going to be both for taking advantage of the terrain it's on and also damage. And then, so like the numbers telling how like the fighting capability of your unit, and then there's also like a percentage health of the unit, which is going to determine when this number goes down, which is hidden from view. Sturm is great. He's not absurd. This is not an absurd Sturm for PvP. Sax Copter? Did I miss that? Oh, I would not sacrifice the copter. I can understand doing it because you're like, I don't want to deal with a higher health copter. But I'd rather just like kill off this unit right here. And then if this copter chases you down to finish you off, then you have your full health copter to finish it. Response. We get the meteor strike. Hulk. I think it's... You can check in the move planner where the super's going to land, although in the fog you're only going to be able to see what you can see on the with your vision wise, so it might be wrong. But if you see a Neo tank, you can be pretty sure the meteor's going to land over here, in which case you're going to want to move like your recon out of here. You wouldn't really care about the 1 health tank, but that's okay. And I guess as a bonus, the meteor actually hit this black boat. So an HQ cap is imminent. Oh, you thought it was landing on the Neo. I gotcha. Yeah, it landed on the artillery in the woods. It's going to choose the target. The meteor has to choose a specific unit that it lands on, and it's going to choose the unit that is going to have the highest amount of value. Not value dealt, but highest value. Not the unit, but the units in the targeting zone, the highest value, and it's going to have tiebreakers chosen by whatever is closer to the top left. So the more left and the more up. Yeah, that's true. There's no... Well, no, there's this guy. But yeah. Definitely start threatening to take this right away, because regardless of whether or not you're going to take it, it's oftentimes going for the HQ itself. Hardcore, with like blocking and everything, can end up costing you a lot because of how much of an overextension it is. But just going for it forces your opponent to stop you. And when you're ahead, that can quickly transition into a win. Especially when you have some nice indirects to cover anything that tries to stop you. Joined right on the front lines there in this sneaky force. I would probably prefer to have the rocket on the city. I think you're trying to cover this tank, which is understandable. Healing it up to 10 would be nice. Why did this guy go up here? Definitely retreat with that tank. I'm not sure why it moved up. Okay. At this point, it looks like Hawke is just completely dead in the water. Going for the captures is good. I often advocate for going for the capture victory, because it's the route to victory that consistently is making you stronger every step of the way and your opponent weaker. Base skip's fine, I guess. You're way ahead. The mighty Sturm bomber is on deck. Okay. The Neotank spam is definitely a fine strategy to go for in this kind of situation. You have to keep in mind is that when the meteors are available, your Neotanks are going to be really vulnerable to being just sniped out of the blue. But for the like day-to-day fighting here, it'll be very beneficial because the Neotanks can kill Sturm's stuff and are also fairly difficult to kill, so they'll be around to be healed up by like Black Storm. Here the power from Black Wave is forced, because otherwise the HQ cap goes through. Another thing that's both good for Sturm and Hawke in this matchup, if you're being pressured like this, you could even, like, if you had the money, it doesn't quite have the money, go for like a mega tank, because that's another unit. Oh, very nice. Another unit that is hard to kill, so get a lot of value healing up. And then Sturm can also go for mega tanks, because they do, for most other COs, overkill, but for Sturm it's just kill for a lot of units. And having the perfect movement helps them a lot. Whoa. That was definitely a good effort to try and stop the HQ cap, but it's going through. I would say that was a pretty good game for a lower level game, especially. Script advanced warrior war cry. GG. Next we've got Bum versus Scalloper. Nope, not apple time. Sturm has 70 defense, yeah, with power on HQ with a full health unit. Nom. Okay. I don't think I know this map. But it might be a map that I do know, and I said this last time as well. Very interesting double airport over here. Oh, this is round 4 of the tournament. I see. We got double airport over here. We've got a quad comm tower map with each player gets a set or a single safe comm tower, and then there's 2 contested comm towers in the middle. Although not super contested, because those are pretty close to the bases. So you have double base against base double airport. Okay. And the 2 airports are guarding the 2 labs. So that really implies that the double base is going to be very, very aggressive against this side, because they don't have any like labs to defend over here. Where if you just take these 2 labs, you'll win the game. I'm a little worried. It looks like there's some pretty good potential of with anti-airs coming up here, and then just like sitting on this city, for instance, and like this forest, and you just kind of wall out this base. We'll see how it goes down. We have Olaf against Max. It is a pretty big map. Both of these COs have very good... Actually, all the tier 2 COs except for Sammy in standard have very good copters. Olaf has very good copters because snow and 2 damage to enemy copters is a huge deal. It's a good map, very heavy center fighting though. Okay. Okay, it looks like Bum is going with a rush the airports strategy here. And Scalloper is heading a little bit more towards the middle. Pretty interesting. Looks like this city gonna go to Scalloper. Oh, it looks like this one will go to Bum. So they're just kind of handshaking those contested ones. Looks like they'll probably both just get double comm tower. No real hiccups. Artillery looked pretty decent. It's kind of a very choky map here. Wow, Scalloper is delaying these airports for quite a while. Bum is going to have double airport before Scalloper has a single airport. But there wasn't a copter built, so Bum isn't really taking advantage of the double airport right now. It might have involved a base skip. Is probably why. Okay. They have like opposite builds going on here. So for Scalloper, the double base side is like heavy tank production, the vehicles, and then the airport side is just infantry so far. But for Bum, the double base is just infantry, and the one base side is heavy vehicles, which means there's like no infantry over here. If there was like any harassment from Scalloper, the capture phase would kind of fall apart. And I would be a little bit nervous sticking with a tank composition against Max. I would try and get at least one artillery out. There we go. Looks like we have a little free hit that happened over here. So far, okay, we got the double copters coming out. The free hit happened over here, and Scalloper is definitely reacting with a lot of tanks. Another tank's built right here, which is going to make this like almost an impossible comm tower to take from your opponent. because they can just build, even just an infantry build can erupt. Okay, Bum has entered wall mode. Artillery built over here, tank over here. Okay, so if your opponent's going to delay the airports over here for so long, I would definitely attack. Because all they'll have is a single base to defend. I play versus DPSI, we fought hardcore in the middle. Gotcha. Okay. We have a stare off going on here. So what was our connect? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had a connect 9 going on. Okay. We're now going to see some max copters coming in. Once the max copters enter the fray, this wall will be very, very breakable. Very awkward. Oh, I see what happened. I was like, why isn't this infantry like filling this hole? It's because this artillery is there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I would be a little bit nervous going for these kind of shenanigans against Max at this level of power charge. I'm not quite sure. Well, I'll see if Scalloper has a wall break. The anti-airs can definitely do that. This was, yeah, a huge vulnerability. I don't think infantry kills infantry on that one. I'm pretty sure it takes a vehicle hit. That was not worth it. Okay. Well, I guess it's fine. Rather than just hitting here, you just use having infantry here. That's fine. So it's kind of a wall break. There's still a lot of stuff in the back that didn't get to do anything. Everything up front here is going to get kind of pasted by the indirects, which is what they're for. Both of these anti-airs get tagged, but they don't end up dying. Scalloper is kind of able to just build their own wall using vehicles. Okay, well, there's definitely... That was kind of a passive end of the turn over here. There's definitely something that Scalloper can do here. Because it's a max with a power active, even has some units that are in sacrifice health range. And everything's really close together. Nothing's super happening on the sides, from what I can tell. Tank comes in, takes him out. Tank. I don't even know if that even reaches. Might have had to use like this tank to go for this hit instead, so that the other tank could come through and hit either this or this artillery. Still very effective. Manages to stop the capture there. Yeah. So that's a pretty scary wall break. The good thing here for Bum is that Winter Fury is now available, which you can see does a lot of damage. It makes a lot of this stuff a lot squishier. So there could be some retaliation. The unfortunate thing is that a lot of the indirects got hit. I think only one that's actually in range of There's only one left that's actually in range of doing anything right now. Like so. That was a pretty good Winter Fury. And of course, it also helps a lot on these sides here. Kind of like what was happening with my game against Lash. Like the global damage hits, and then it helps in the main fight, but it also helps for anything happening on the sides. Yeah, Winter Fury is a good power. And you can see it's really hard to fight on the snow turn. Infantry can't reach. Going for the comm tower. I'm to back up and heal. I don't like going for the comm tower here. I like the backing up and healing. Max really doesn't want to get into like a stall situation at this point. Definitely playing on the sides is going to be better. As best you can. And now that the artillery buildup has happened, it's going to be really tough to get something done in the center here with these like this row of forest, or not row, but there's like line-ish thing. This little jagged line. I don't know. Forest and mountains here is going to make direct combat really difficult because you really need every tile that you can get to get those kills. Okay, here comes a max force. And I think it lets this guy get involved, which is really good. Anytime you can build a unit and then immediately send it into the fight, you're going to be really happy. So if Max can kind of kill stuff off here in such a way that there isn't really much of a counterattack available, the artillery can get some shots, or if Max is able to break through completely and like kill off all of the indirects, that would be really good. It looks like we're kind of gonna see a similar thing here as last time, where there's a nice breakthrough, Winter Fury hits, and then things will kind of even out a little bit with Olaf coming out ahead as the dust settles. The one thing that happens here that's good for Max is that the sides did not get pushed at the same time that the snow came. It's a half shuriken, there we go. Okay, Max in the snow is able to get some attacks going, which is really nice. This means that units are dying that are not giving more power charge to Olaf. Which is a big deal. However, when you move forward in the snow, it's really hard to actually support your units, so Olaf does get to have some nice counter hits going on here. Kind of forms a little wall. The value is definitely tipping in Olaf's favor here. Having the income advantage and then also the mass damage. Ooh, nice. Pick off there. Anti-air had to go into tank range though. Okay, we have another max power available. Ooh. But Olaf was able to get a medium tank out here, forcing Max to tech up. Otherwise, this medium tank will just kind of do whatever it wants. Very tough to tech up when you're behind an income. There's like a join happened. Yeah, 4 and an 8. When you're behind an income and you have to deal with all these Winter Furies. Yeah. Ooh. Looks like Olaf wants to be aggressive, going for the Blizzard play. So this is just going to make it snow, and Olaf gets the 10% stat boost that anyone gets. With the power, it doesn't come with the 2 damage, which is a big deal, but snow is really good. Ooh, Max has the super. But the super is not going to be good enough. You can see this is a max medium tank with super. It can't go anywhere because of the snow. And then the resign. Yeah. I think that definitely leaning into some indirects and having some nice walls going on, as Olaf was really good. Fighting in the center, very choky. Very good for you, for Olaf. And just letting the mass damage do its thing while pushing on the sides when the Winter Fury went on. As Max, there were some nice breakthroughs, but it really hurts when you like use your power and you do just enough damage to give them a Winter Fury. It's going to be hard to kind of just win in the center with the base so close. Definitely try and get something happening on the side at the same time, although it's so difficult. And yeah, Habits is bringing up something else. Is fighting in the middle. It's kind of like, what are you going to get? What are you hoping to capture in the middle? Maybe this city is like the one goal. I would definitely try and attack down here. At least go for the labs and shut down the airports or something. But yeah, you're never going to get this comm tower with this. Looks like quite the map, though. GG. Okay, we got Super 5125 against IntrepidRBF, sent in by IntrepidRBF. Oh, already yellow comment. How handy. Flamewreathed. Okay, this is an interesting map. You got 4 bases. It's triple base against base airport. We'll see how the captures go here. You can go for this capture and then this capture. You can walk past and go for this capture first. Either way is fine. Wow, this guy's on a mission, going straight for here. Okay. Arguably, stepping past is better because building infantry up here matters a lot more than building infantry back here. That's okay. You got 3 towers here once? Yeah, getting 3 towers is very doable. You can see both players have a very safe tower. And then there's contested towers in the middle. And they're like incredibly contested. It is said in ancient lore you can summon Advanced Wars 1 max here if you capture enough towers. It's true. That's true. Okay, artillery is going to be very useful. You're going to have a lot of infantry on this side. So there will be plenty to body block with. Looks like Intrepid is going to prioritize going for this comm tower rather than finishing this capture. This tank would hit next turn. Instead goes for this before it can be interrupted. I would agree with that play. This comm tower can be really difficult to take once someone has it. It's very contested, and you can guard very nicely with artillery, like in this case, and then also with the copters being built right here on the front lines. We might see a copter get built here. No, looks like we're going to see tank. Try and get as many infantry as possible. You also have a little island with a double city, and you have two ways of getting that. You can go black boat from this harbor, or you can get a transport copter over here. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. Transport copter's cheaper, it's more flexible in where it can go, but the black boat can carry more stuff, and it works as a better blocker over here in the middle. So there's good and bads for both of those units. And you can see the amount of pressure that can get put on this one base by these early vehicle buys. These harbors didn't actually get captured by Intrepid because of trying to prioritize the comm tower over here. Which, if battleships weren't banned, would be really dangerous, because a battleship built here would lock down this base. However, battleships have been banned on this map in League. So if you want to lock down this base, you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, bringing artillery and rockets. See the wave of infantry is incoming, and both players are ready to contest this. This is going to be a very good block, though. So Super 5125 is just going to get this comm tower. A little bit of a slip-up on Intrepid's part. Really wouldn't want to let the comm tower go for free like that. And not getting these two harbors is going to hurt a lot income-wise. Yeah. Ooh, but that was a good pick-off. Right out of range of this copter. And the tanks are out of range of these tanks. Just gets to kill that tank in the middle, which is really nice. Ooh, actually, Intrepid's missing this city and these two harbors. And this city. So, Intrepid might have been a little too cautious in the capture phase. But Super 5125 was also being very aggressive with tanks. Ooh, there was a breakthrough over here. Oh. Yeah, the double comm tower unlocks that one shot. I don't think it's guaranteed. I think it's a chance. I don't have a damage calculator in this. It might be guaranteed. Well, that hurts a lot. There isn't any punish available for this. The only upside is that the artillery did not die. Ooh, and a transport copter got built over here instead of a battle copter, which would have been able to hold pretty well. And it looks like this comm tower is going to fall next turn, or it's going to start being captured next turn. It also looks like Super 5125 is losing on this fight as well. So we might just see them swap comm towers. Or there might be a black wave that comes out. Oh. I would definitely send this guy down to go for this capture instead, and just send this guy over to grab this property. Because you don't know if you'll be able to hold off. I mean, there wasn't a copter built, but still. going up to 3 comm towers against 1 would be a lot more impactful than going from 25k to 26k income. Now imagine if battleships weren't banned, this replay might have never happened. Yeah, the black boat also won't take an infantry from the 1 base side, yeah. Which is a pretty steep price to pay. Okay, it looks like over here is falling, or effectively fallen. Ooh, we have the black wave, just barely reached it. I'm not sure it should have been used there. The problem with using it there is it doesn't give you that extra turn to react to the comm tower being captured, because they heal up on the property. Probably would have, I mean, this turn would have hit harder from Super 5125, but it probably would have been better to wait 1 more turn before using a power. And you're often going to see this like really large central combat on this map. Because I mean, there are some properties here, but you're gonna have your 3 base side kind of reinforcing your 1 base side. There's no infantry over here now. So while Super 5125 has a really good economic advantage right now, depending on how the fight over here ends up going, these infantry could start capturing like everything and make a nice comeback. Oh, you're definitely gonna want more than just 1 anti-air though. Especially since your opponent has triple comm tower. Moving on in here. Looks like Intrepid is just kind of deciding which one of these sides is going to get hit hard with the Ex Machina. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Almost a perfect Ex Machina, which gives Von Bolt plus 50% attack. Von Bolt has become Advanced Wars 1 max, just like that. And you can definitely see the damage went on in here. Oh my gosh! 4 health, medium tank, 6 damage. Every time a unit does more damage than its own health, you're not happy. Okay, so that hurt. That hurt a lot. And all of the captures over here were stopped. Yeah, the lone anti-air got punished pretty hard. But there was another one built. It was just unfortunately built the back base. So I do like the idea of going for all these captures because your opponent has no infantry over here. So if you manage to get one of the captures, it'll stick. But there's just not quite enough support. Well, these captures are going to start getting taken out. They weren't being walled for. So this might over here might start turning in Intrepid's favor. The Black Storm that's going to hit this turn is going to help a lot. There's many injured units here. There's like 10,000 in heals, like 30,000 in damage. That's pretty good. They'll also let more of these copters go down. It was probably better to hit this copter rather than this one so you're not next to this tank, but I also understand what's going on here. The idea is if you hit my anti-air, then you aren't stopping me from taking the comm tower. We get some nice kills over here in the middle. Got one capture, which is good. Okay, that was a very good super. Did a lot of damage, and is potentially actually going to result in some property gains. Anti-air was killed, so this means the city is going to flip, and that the comm tower is going to flip, and this artillery gets to shoot this tank, and then these harbors get to be threatened. It's a big deal. A lot of copters got taken out by these anti-airs. Now the copters are kind of heading down over here. Ooh, very good targeting of the only anti-air and Super 5125's entire force. So now these copters are going to be really tough to deal with. Even Bumble has really good copters because of the force plus 10% attack and defense. But Hawke has better copters than that because he can heal them, which is one of the rarest things for copter. Why Andy has such good ones. And medium tank got built over here. This is kind of... It's not quite the same situation, but it's kind of running into the problem I was running into against Talose, where a mixed army with like indirects, some vehicles, and infantry is just fighting a vehicle army. And the vehicles have to hit the infantry and then get hit themselves. It's not quite at that point, because everything's not quite grouped together, but it's getting close. What happened over here? Oh, the 1 health tank hit the anti-air. The copters are going to start fighting each other. There is now an anti-air built by Super 5125. You can see how good these Hawke copters are. They do still get the attack bonus. And now if this guy hits a copter, the other copter is just going to avenge. There is a Von Bolt Super available. Looks like it's probably going to hit over here. Maybe here. Looks like Super 5125 wants it to hit up here. Another many target super. A lot of it's just infantry though. So it's not really that big of a deal for Intrepid, especially because the charge is building up during this entire time. Anti-air is still on its way, but it's not covering this copter. Really, Super 5125 needs more than just one anti-air. Okay. Trying to wall this anti-air away from this copter, and if the walling fails, the artillery is here to punish it. Sure. Bolt can definitely break through this. You just go copter, tank, kills this. I assume... I mean, you can go medium tank to kill this, and then... Okay, it has to go this way. The anti-air just kills the copter. Over here, we still have the infantry being really good. Ooh, but that was a nice breakthrough. Okay, definitely time to fall back over here. Like, kill off the copter, retreat, try and maintain. Once the infantry count's gone from this attack, then Super 5125 is going to have a very easy time holding. Oh. I'm not quite sure why this went down the way it did. Yeah, this copter living you really don't like as Von Bolt because it's going to heal up to 3 on the super. While this is going to go down to 1, so it'll go down to 2, so it'll have definite targets. That was very weird. Because they'll probably just kill this helicopter, yeah. Black Storm, heal this guy back up to 10. Looks like Hawke healed only like 6,000. But dealt about 20,000 to Von Bolt with that super, which is pretty good. And of course, all of the units get injured so that they're easier to kill off. I think this guy shot the medium tank, yeah. So things are definitely starting to look up for Hawke. The income disparity has been throughout this entire game in Super 5125's favor. Still up 3k, but it's not the end of the world when you're dealing with numbers like 28k and 25k like that. You can still build armies that can fight each other fairly effectively. It's a much bigger deal when you're dealing with like 18k versus 15k. Basically, the smaller the income, the more it matters. But it's always going to make a big impact. Interesting. Okay. This is something that is happening repeatedly through this game, is that the anti-airs are getting kind of targeted down very effectively. This is a very scary attack over here. There are some infantry around, so there might be some captures actually coming from all of this combat. And then the income will no longer be so lopsided. Super 5125 has been doing a really good job of finding ways to get through and kill off these artillery. Ooh, and I love the transport copter coming over, dropping off me like, no, this comm tower. I actually liked having that. And I would like to have it back. We'll see if there's really much Intrepid's going to be able to do about this. Other than just take this comm tower. Just kind of swap back. Looks like that might be what happens. We'll see. There's going to be... It's a very large value lead right now for Intrepid. And there's going to be a Von Bolt super here. I guess it's going to hit over here. I'm not seeing any other targets. Yeah. So you might be asking, like, why is it hitting over here? This is just a 4 health medium tank. So it's going to have, like, it doesn't have very much value to it. It's under half. But Von Bolt Super doesn't care. The only thing that matters is how much damage the Von Bolt Super does. And it does 3 damage. How much damage it does in value. So as long as the unit can soak up 3 damage, which is exactly what a 4 health unit can do, it doesn't change the targeting at all. This weighs as heavily as a full health tank, the medium tank. which is something to keep in mind when you're trying to manipulate where the super lands. And that's not how, and that's the same way that Rachel's rockets and missiles work, but that's not how Sturm's rocks work. Those care about the value of the target. Does a 3 HP tank only count for 2 damage or 2.999? I think it only counts for 2. Well, I don't know how it does that. I don't know if it cares about the fractional health. I know that as soon as the target is at 3 health, it's going to be impacting how it targets. I don't know if it takes into account the fractional health. I don't think so. In fact, it doesn't for sure, because it cares about the value change, and the value change doesn't take in the fractional health. So I learned something by answering the question. Right, we have a nice black wave. I feel like if you're gonna black wave, definitely do it before you go for the anti-air hit. Also not super convinced by this black wave. I don't see why it's happening. Oh, I see, never mind. It's happening to delay the comm tower capture, maybe? Really diving deep into these copters. I mean, the anti-air is still here. They would love to fight copters back here. Yeah, I'm not sold on this black wave because I don't know if there's actually any way to stop this from happening. There's a capture on the comm tower. Yeah, there isn't. So that was probably another case of wanting to hold the power. However, we do have the big deal here. The economy, the income is now equal. No, Sturm's... Both of Sturm's powers don't care. Or they don't care about the value they're dealing. They care about the value of the target. It works exactly the same for his normal power. And it will care if you go from 10 to 9, for instance. And it will care, like, of other targets going down from, like, 6 to 5. Well, they would both care about that. But yeah. Both Sturm's normal power and his super care about the value of the targets rather than the damage they're dealing. Which, for his super, is often going to be very similar. Okay, I like the anti-air builds. This medium tank is actually pretty much just anti-air and copter at this point, really threatening this, so this makes a lot of sense. Copter builds over here make a lot of sense. More properties are following to Hawke. We'll see if the comm tower gets captured. Looks like you can probably block that off. The property is being prevented. I think that's might be a case of a poison property because I don't see any way that these units are gonna survive this ordeal. Ooh, 9 health copter kills 4 health anti-air. It's hard to tech up past mediums on this map, yeah. The longer the game goes, the more it benefits Hawke because that global damage is just so good. Okay, it looks like this capture is not going to go through. One of these anti-airs is definitely going to stop it. But probably going to get this city, and then we'll just go for the comm tower later. Bump bolt's really running out of steam, though. Down quite a few units. A lot had to be used to stop this capture. And this is something... Oh, there we go. We have a Neotank tech up. This is something that can happen with like these poison properties, is that you just have to lose... You lose so much trying to save them that it offsets any income you're generating off of it. This is... I think this is global leak, so there's no 30-day. The forever war, indeed. Okay, we have a nice breakthrough over here. Yeah, Ghost doesn't. Oh, I see. This got injured. I was like, doesn't finish the capture. Okay, this makes much more sense. Not quite sure what's up with this. I thought this tank was going to go over here and hit this anti-air, but instead this copter gets dropped. Copter infantry gets dropped down there. Okay. Another black wave. This does heal a lot of copters for one, which is nice. Okay. But usually you're gonna want to save up for Black Storm. It's twice as impactful for much less charge. Not less charge, but the second damage and heal you get costs less than the first. And every time you use a power, the cost of the next power goes up by 20%. So it can really slow you down to focus on normal powers if you're not using them for specific purposes, like a specific wall break or something. Okay, wow. Looks like in the center is completely lost. Oh, it's 38 units to 17. I think Super 5125 is pretty much dead in the water at this point. Does stop the comm tower from going through, but will lose the city. And for the first time, yeah. For the first time, Intrepid would be ahead in economy. That was a very long and very brutal game. 28 days. I'm surprised. Usually when you get a really large income lead, like 5K, while still having like reasonably similar unit values and unit counts, you just kind of spiral out of control. But it is a really big map, so Hawke... The Hawke powers matter a lot. And I think Intrepid RBF was too slow in like the capture phase, or maybe a little too tepid. Going for these captures, which really hurt the economy. And then Super 5125, I think, had a few properties that they just end up losing way too much trying to hold. Which is always a really hard thing to work on. So many brave souls lost in this war. I know. Okay, I'm going to try and get through the last of the new submitters, so I'm not holding them over. Jake 77777777 versus Kamuscha. Many sevens. Hey! Looks like this is round one. Did we do DC 10 Go7 versus Mom already? That was a while ago. I'll see if I can find that one. Usually I finish any of my games that I finish, I just cover them on the next stream. Okay, we'll see how they just the players decide to open up here. Looks like we're going tank. The 2 base makes sense. It's the most flexible opening. Ooh, we have a mech up here, and then an artillery over here. The mech makes me think the pipe seam's going to get broken, but we'll see. And there was a mech over here. So maybe both players are going to try and break the pipe seam? No, it's walking around this way. Okay. I mean, it does reach the city at the same speed that an infantry does. Ooh, I like... Yeah, okay. I've seen this a few times. I kind of like it. Artillery comes down here, locks this property. It's really annoying. It definitely messes with what I think this mech's plan is. Oh, the tank was built here and went up here to support this 1 base side here. Going for the comm tower quickly. This guy's probably going to go for the airport. Looks like Jake's plan is to rush the comm towers. He's actually going to get this comm tower. Going for this capture with the Kamuscha's infantry means there isn't a single unit that can stop this comm tower from being captured. I'm surprised this artillery ran away. I mean, the copter was built, but still. The artillery ended up not doing anything. Okay, so the comm tower is going through for Jake. For Kindle. He built mech because of the river. I mean, an infantry will get there at the same speed. It's not getting there any faster. Because the infantry will go plains, river, river, city. Just 1, 2, 2, 1. I know they both did the mech thing. I thought it was because they were going to do mechs hitting the pipe seam and then artillery like breaks it. Yeah, these guys show up a little too late to stop the comm tower, but they're ready. They're ready to deal a massive blow afterwards. Now, this comm tower is not going to be guaranteed because this guy can interrupt it. Anti-air staring at copter. They're coming to a fun little party here. This copter is completely unopposed. It's a very happy copter. This is a lot of guys. Looks like they're gonna try and take this comm tower back from Kindle, which is not easy to do. I'm not sure what's going on. I think this is just a dead artillery. Well, I guess this artillery is covering it. So it's fine. Oh. Andy did not interrupt the comm tower capture, just retreated. I guess didn't have any solid follow-up. I thought the follow-up was going to be building a copter, but I guess the other infantry could get in the way or something. Or maybe just couldn't afford it. Okay, anti-air definitely needed. This copter's been doing some serious damage. This anti-air is zoning this copter. And he's got pushed all the way up to the top here. Goes for the comm tower capture. There wasn't anything built to defend this, which is a little odd. A lot of units kind of stranded up here, which you really don't like to see. But otherwise seems fine. Okay, the units are coming back. They're like, oh yeah, the comm tower, that's ours. come down, hit this tank, and then I'm assuming going to build an anti-air, or just bring this copter over to defend the tanks against this copter. A lot of pressure being put on Andy down here, which is kind of how mixed base maps go. Kind of pressure the one base side as much as you can. Yeah, this was a nice setup that Andy did. Just kind of patiently let the capture go through, then kill it off and take it. Often a good strategy. Okay, anti-air is built, but it's not guarding this tank. This copter is guarding this tank. We have a copter chain to fight that. So a lot being invested down here, which will mean that Kamuscha has to retreat up here. Otherwise, these units are going to be able to strike very effectively, because there's going to be like pretty wimpy reinforcements. It was a base skip. It was a double base skip. That hurts a lot. We'll see if the powers start making a play here. Okay. Try to kill off that tank. It is an Andy tank. You want to kill off as many Andy units as you can. I'm not sure if 8 health tries to kill off this copter. Oh no. There's still time before the Andy super though. Tank on the top left went left and right for a few turns. That can happen. You're warding something off, it gets warded, and you try to go back to somewhere else and all that stuff. The 1 health copter does make a run for it. This is not a great trade for Andy. I mean, I guess it does deal with the only attacking copter. The anti-air gets to kill it. Okay. I like Andy's infantry here. Really using them well to threaten these exposed properties with nothing covering them. Okay. I like it. Kind of setting this up so that the medium tank can't kill the anti-air. Let's get away with the copter kill. And then the medium tank to answer medium tank. It makes sense. We have a big grouping of units coming up over here. We've got triple tank. Looks like they've been kind of going back and forth, like saying they should probably just go down here and take the comm tower. It looks like Kindle doesn't want to use the normal power and instead is going to try and kill off a whole bunch of Andy's units with the super. Ooh. This is a fancy little breakthrough here. The wrap around with the tank lets the medium tank come through, take out this anti-air. Very fancy. Didn't see a good chance for the Kindle's COP. That's okay. The Kindle super is very good against Andy, because you want to kill off units anyway. And it looks like you have a pretty decent city count. Ooh. 3 health infantry gets the kill on that 1 health copter. That's a big deal. Because that's not a 1 health copter. That's an Andy copter with the super almost here. So that's actually a 6 health copter, effectively. That got killed off. Very nice. Andy's still doing a really good job threatening these side properties. Just having problems with the more main properties that are like in the immediate reach of the bases. I got bullied out of those. A really good play on the sides. And it's definitely the right play to not use the normal power, because Andy will just use the super and get the capture anyway. In fact, Andy will probably use the super here. So like this mech will reach here, and then these guys can step on the mountain. Would be my guess. Wasn't any attacks to heal off of, but that's okay. Yeah. Oh, there's also the copter to come in here. Well, this is looking more like a Urban Blight turn so far. It'll delay the comm tower capture, and it will hit this guy, as well as this guy, this guy. Go for high society. Tank, medium tank one shot. Medium tank does a lot of damage. Tank one shot the anti-air. Infantry doesn't quite get the one shots on opposing infantry at this many cities. From a city themselves, though, it will. Okay. Some kills. This is a nice one to go for. There's nothing protecting the city. It was kind of stolen from you, so that makes sense. Definitely need to find a time to spare an infantry up there. Ooh, there's nothing to deal with the anti-air, so I really like this play. The only downside, going double anti-air, probably saw it, is that the infantry can just get in the way. That tank up here, okay. Threatening the HQ. Definitely interrupt that, makes sense. This city goes through. A lot of damage, actually. I didn't even realize. 164k to 101k. Medium tank busts on in here. This artillery can't quite protect its buddies. You wanted the medium tank to waste time going down rather than up. Gotcha. I mean, it's fine. This guy's flanking this army. So all these like artillery are in trouble. Okay, Andy manages to get both comm towers, although I don't think there's much of a chance of Andy holding this one. So it might be a case of Andy takes the comm tower and then Kindle just takes it right back, which looks like exactly what we're seeing there. Ooh, very nice hit. And then also on the airport, so stops a copter from being built to scare the tank away. Run away. I mean, at this point, there's no. If there was an anti-air over here, you would definitely just step on the HQ and say, well, something has to do with this. And it's going to have to be a copter. It's going to be blocked away. Sadly, there was no anti. There's the anti. Okay, we busted on in here. Medium tank, cover it with an artillery. Double artillery. Okay, fall back a little bit. Heal up this tank. I like it. Okay. And he's got the double comm tower. Copters get to fly on in here. The anti-air can hit pretty hard one of these copters. It can't hit from the city, which would just straight up kill them. And this is a very happy tank. It did very much a lot of damage. Okay. The mechs be marching forward. They don't have very much. They don't have very good support though. So I suspect they're going to be taken out. Ooh, and also double base skip again to grab another medium tank down here. Yeah, here goes the attacks on the mechs. Then we have the Urban Blight. I'm gonna assume that's to kill off this mech, as well as probably something else. Slows down the captures down here. Ooh. Go after that medium tank on by. Unfortunately, these guys are not in range. Yeah, it kills off the mech. Oh, you had a game against my ult? I'm sorry, that happened as I ended it. Yeah, Andy definitely got a lot of charge this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess he can hit your medium tank here. Ooh, there might be some sort of a breakthrough over here with that +1 movement. But being up 4k, I mean, these are going to fall, and then it will be an even game. Income-wise, but also up a lot of units. I healed like 30,000, it's pretty good. Very, very nice. It's a little risky for Andy here. I don't know about attacking from this tile in particular, because that is a property with a full health Kindle medium tank right there. So it's probably better to hit from here. Ah. So this breakthrough is almost really, really good. The artillery do manage to survive. I mean, it's still really good. See what gets built. Oh, never mind. Kindle has a lot of money. I didn't even spend the money. Used this shot from the base. I mean, artillery shots from properties are always worth it, pretty much. Really good damage over here with this medium tank. Anti-air is unable to stop either of these captures. But I like the attempt as the artillery ready to kind of follow it up. It would work if you Urban Blight this turn. But it doesn't look like you quite get there. Okay. Andy's gonna be able to actually take the income lead. A little bit of a breakthrough over here. The artillery are still fine. And then this anti-air is going to go down. Definitely a very scrappy game here. These anti-airs are on their way, but they're just a turn out. I mean, Urban Blight seems like the choice to try and stop this airport from going put. A medium tank built. Didn't kill the anti-air, which I thought was going to be the play there. Does manage to clear out these guys, and there are some infantry to walk over here and threaten to take these cities. He's capturing the airport, but very easy to break through and delay that. I don't know if it was possible to... One, two, three, four, five, six. Or I guess it's not possible. This medium tank had to be used to kill a medium tank, so you can't just sit on the base down there. We have a Neo tank built for Andy here. Okay, so that was a pretty gnarly turn. If Andy can reach the super somehow, might be possible, like utilizing this really probably attack from the planes to take more damage back. Tank hits the copter, yeah. The hyper upgrade. This means that Andy will get that airport. However, this is also going to kind of rely on Andy holding this area for at least one more turn so that the air production can start. And the pressure on this base is just going to be too much because you have to build anti-airs while also having to fight off the ground army. I imagine Mega is capable. Okay, so now this base is in some serious trouble. Kindle is going to be able to get a lot of these cities back. Do have Urban Blight, which is good. And we get to clear this way, so I guess this is going to be sat on. Actually, I have the 8 health and yeah, this probably doesn't kill. Okay, got double medium tank here and artillery. Andy is also in a tough spot because this base is going down. The join cap on the airport's huge. If Andy really wants to use this airport to like wipe out this base, it pretty much has to be a bomber buy, which is really expensive and means that Andy can't buy anything good down here. Although, besides a mega tank, I don't think there's anything that Andy can buy down here that can't just be cleared with the artillery and the attack from the city. So might just have to go for, yeah, the bomber and accept that you're now trying to do a base trade. There are going to be some turns here where the medium tanks are going to be able to just do damage. Okay. Kindle gets the airport. It's going to be this guy attack. Killed the 7 health infantry now. Right there. Gets the airport down there. Doesn't have an infantry in range to start a full health one yet. In range to start capturing this, but we'll be able to clear out all the defenders and this guy can just walk over. Do have a double airport up here, which is good. Or not airport, anti-air. Andy does have this Neo tank to hit this one, and then the bomber can go after one of these medium tanks while the infantry steps onto the base. Although this is an 8 health Neo tank, so it might not kill without having to use one of these anti-airs to support it. And then the 6 health anti-air gets to live. Oh. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I understand wanting to block the base, basically. Just build another copter. Yeah. Kindle's coming in to go after this HQ, and he's defending with a mainly foot soldier army. It's a nice attack from the city. I don't know if that's really worth it because of how much charge it ends up giving Andy, and then the HP on the bomber is just going to heal back up to 10 really quickly anyway. But considering how the rest of the map's going at this point, I think Andy's gonna end up going down. Because it's more than just the bases. It's also all of the supporting properties. And Kindle still has some forces over here to defend these properties. Andy really doesn't. Urban Blight. I don't think the Urban Blight was a great call here. Is Andy... Well, maybe Andy just won't get the super, in which case it does delay everything for a turn. Ooh, I like the surround on the copter up there, though. We have a rocket built. Rocket and artillery coming to lock this base down. I guess Andy accepted no super was coming. Oh no! Andy accepted no super was coming and then got the super. Oh no! Well, that really sucks for Andy. It's both an income loss and more income for Kindle. It's also going to mean another unit down that Andy is. Then there's the resign. Over here was looking pretty bad. That was quite the game. You fool, you activated my trap card. Could have freed the base? Yeah, it was a great game. Yeah, the one forgotten artillery. Just there was 1 HP. Oh, blight and then kill the bomber. Oh, yeah. Talking about here? No, you're talking about here. Will that kill? No urban blight. Later. Here? How do you free your base? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see. You're talking about tank. Tank kills 7 health infantry. Does tank kill 7? It probably does. And then the medium tank goes through and free the base. Gotcha. Yeah, it does with the power boost. That's okay. That was quite the game. And a good one to end it on. I'll leave you all with an apple. Ah! Have a good night, everyone. And a good one. Your apple.